not 5 o'clock, 7:05, February 12th, and we do have a quorum, so I'll call this meeting to order. Do I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of approving tonight's agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion passes and the agenda is approved. Dr. Stanley, would you please review tonight's agenda for us?
Absolutely. So we have our Zephyrs team that is here for Excellence in Action. We're really excited to hear about all of their successes. Of course, we will be hearing from members of the public, several consent agenda items. You're going to receive an update on the comprehensive literacy plan, update on alternative compensation plan memorandum, an update on polling places for the upcoming primaries. You will then receive a preliminary cost containment recommendation. We have several policies that we are going to bring before you that have been reviewed for action. It's our social studies guiding change, our international recommendations. You guys are going to hire me again. The pupil transportation vehicle purchase, and then any committee updates, my updates, and then we will adjourn.
Thank you, Dr. Stanley. We're going to move to our Excellence in Action for this month. And this month's Excellence in Action is featuring our Edina High School Zephyrs team with Daniel Amborn, our Zephyrs advisor. I believe he's here. Oh,
Not here?
he just left you guys to come. Well, I'm sure you are all outstanding, responsible individuals, and they're going to share their national awards that the Zephyrs recently won. We have, tell me if I mispronounce anyone's name, or if you want to introduce everyone, that would be wonderful for me. So welcome. We have Irva Jha, Editor-in-Chief.
So I'm Irva. I'm the Editor-in-Chief of our high school publication, Zephyrs. And besides me, we have Carmel and Iris, who are just two of our lovely award winners. So if we want to move on to the next slide. So we're here with Edina Zephyrs for the high school newspaper. And what we really do is we get content out to high schoolers. So we have 5 to 6 print distributions throughout the school year. We have one coming up. And then we publish content almost daily online. We've gotten pretty big into multimedia lately, which is pretty exciting. But one of the big reasons we're here is because of the National High School Press Association conference that we just went to. So if we want to move on to the next slide. So the National High School Journalism Convention was something that we had the opportunity to attend last November. And so basically what it was there's a biannual gathering that the National Scholastic Press Association does. And we were super grateful we got to go, and it was a lot of presentations, breakout rooms, and we really got to talk to people in the industry, and really get the inside scoop of what journalism looks like. A really cool aspect was we got to hear from the Boston Globe team as our keynote speakers, but one of the very, very exciting reasons we were there was awards. So next slide. We did have 4 finalists for awards. So this starts off with Carmela for a layout award, and then we have Iris and Lainey, who are here, who did this wonderful editorial piece, cartoon, that won, I think, 5th place? And then Iris also got a finalist award for Portfolio of the Year as one of our artists. And then Olivia, who took a photo of the Minnehaha Creek, won an honorable mention award for her photography. But it doesn't stop there, so next slide. It didn't update, but something very exciting. We just got awards back from another thing that the National Scholastic Press Association hosted, their Clips and Clicks competition, where, again, Carmela won an award for her layout from this year. And then one of our writers, our managing editor, Celeste, won an award for an editorial she wrote about what the Israel-Hamas conflict means for journalism. But this is just our state awards that came back last October, where we won really a big variety of awards, including layout, our photography, our art, our writing. And so we've really come a long way, and this was really one of the ways that we saw all of that come to light and just the recognition we've received. And so Obviously, this would not have been possible without the support we've received through Edina Public Schools, and we are super thankful. So, next slide. Thank you for your support, and please be sure to check out our work. We're still putting content out, and we really can't wait to see what we do. And so, yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for your team for coming. So many of you came. Would each of you like to tell us your favorite thing about being on the Zephyrus? Or maybe the favorite thing you've covered?
Yeah.
To press that?
No, sorry.
Oh, hello. My name is Iris Libson. I'm an artist on staff, and the community of Zephyrus is just fantastic, and I've grown a lot as a person. I've learned to take a lot of pride in my work, and I've learned a lot of life lessons. I've learned to take opportunities due to the connections I've made on staff and the lessons they've taught me. And then also, I'm really proud of my work on Zephyrus and my abilities to represent my communities and my peers and the people around me.
For me, it's definitely been wonderful to be able to work with all kinds of people who come from different backgrounds and be able to collaborate with people I've never ever thought I would talk to before. And being layout or the design editor, it's been a really helpful experience for me to kind of not be in charge of people, but help people reach their ultimate potential and see them on that journey. Just today we did a little graduation ceremony for all of our layout staff. So that was a really fun experience to be able to see them kind of grow from being novice at layout to being really confident in their abilities.
Hi, my name is Lainey. I am a staff writer and the copy editor, although I will be handing over that position in the next week. But my favorite part about being on staff on Zephyrus is the amount of opportunities I got to try new things. I joined the staff last year, and within that time period, I have worked with Carmela on layout. I have written so many different styles of writing that I would have never gotten the chance to write otherwise. I've worked with the multimedia team, and I have gotten really, really good at noticing what other people cannot do, including semicolons. So I really appreciate that. I just think there's a wide breadth of opportunities that come with the skills of journalism, even if you're not planning on necessarily going into the field of journalism, whether that be knowing how to ask people questions or knowing how to listen to them.
I'm Jane. I'm the co-managing editor with Celeste, who couldn't be here tonight, but I would say one of my favorite parts of Zephyrus is being able to kind of learn how to be a leader in a very relaxed environment. We definitely have a publishing schedule, we definitely have things to get done, but it's a very forgiving environment and everyone's kind of got each other's back. So similar to what Iris said about the community, it's just something you can kind of grow through, because I joined as a sophomore and I always looked up to the people on editorial board, and now we're here and I'm here and I'm like, whoa, that's kind of crazy. But it's really fun and a fun way to learn. So yeah.
Hello, my name is Maggie Baker. I'm the art director on staff. I think just the best part is just having a voice in the community and just learning such good communication skills that will help you later in life. And really just everything about it is a lot of fun.
Hi, my name is Claire, and I'm business manager and staff writer for our Zephyrus publication. And I think what I really love about Zephyrus is a little more specific. I really love and appreciate the idea, producing process of it all, and finding these ideas and angles to form these articles. I think what I love most about it is just how we can take the most mundane or broad topic and really make it interesting by finding an angle or unique perspective to it. And I think I've learned to use those skills and apply it to my overall leadership skills and problem solving.
Hello, my name is Aditya Suresh. I serve as one of the co-multimedia editors. Unfortunately, our other one couldn't be here today. unless she's here somewhere. But what I basically do is I just create and push out the content that you see online on Instagram, X, but I prefer Twitter, and anything else that we see online. And my favorite part of Zephyrus has to be the kind of like the go-getter attitude that everyone has in there. You can really join Zephyrus as any type of person and come out completely different. I think that goes to speak about the depth and the experiences that our newspaper will give you. So call of action to everyone. If you have like a family member or a friend who's going through high school and wants to join our newspaper, please encourage them to do so. We'd love to have them on staff. So yeah.
And then I'm Irva. I'm the editor-in-chief, as I already said. But my favorite thing about staff is definitely the community. As everyone said, it's really just the most incredible group of people you could ever get to know. And this is our ed board, plus other people that have been super involved. And I'm so thankful for all of them, and especially our advisor, Daniel Amborn, who could not make it tonight. But we all we saw that message of him being like, oh, I can't make it, but we were all kind of like, oh, we know what we're gonna do. It's okay, we have each other's backs, and we're here, and we got through everything. And so it's really like the stuff that he's kind of taught us throughout the way, and we couldn't have been here without him. So we're here, and we're here to stay-ish. Yeah.
Thank you for coming here to speak to us tonight. I have to say, if you're in the audience and you haven't checked out the Zephyrus, it is really a great publication. I love reading what you put out. And I think that, Aditi, you talked about it. If people want to get involved, should they contact you through that or check out your website? What's the best way for people that are watching that would like to get involved to get involved?
Sorry to not think I'd be here longer, but we actually have applications coming out in March. We have people apply to be on staff around before spring break. We review applications, and then you'll know whether or not you're on staff before administration tells us we have to have that in. And so we usually have that information on websites for incoming high school students. We go into English classrooms. We have teachers recommend us students. We'll find you if you're interested. And so either, email us on that, reach out to literally any of us on Instagram or our Instagram, Edina Zephyrus. We're pretty responsive, so please join. We'd love to have you on staff.
Thank you so much. Thank you and great job. Are you staying for the entire board meeting to outstanding? Yeah. Okay, we're going to move on to hearings from members of the public. Good evening, and thank you for being here tonight. Everyone on the board and our district leadership team value your input, and we do appreciate everyone that's come here tonight to speak to us. In order for our community comment agenda item to serve all, including the public that is here to speak, it is important that individuals understand the process tonight and our expectations of those at the podium and in the audience. When you signed in and asked to speak, you acknowledged an understanding and adherence to Board Policy 206, which are community comment guidelines. Pursuant to this policy, each speaker has a maximum of 3 minutes to speak. When those 3 minutes are up, you must conclude your remarks. If you do not wrap up quickly, I will ask you to stop. If you continue to speak, you will be ruled out of order and potentially asked to leave the boardroom. This time is not designated to address items concerning specific staff or students, and personal attacks by anyone at the podium are unacceptable. If this happens, you will be warned, and if you persist, you will no longer be able to continue your remarks. Any feedback about district employees needs to go to their respective site level leader, the superintendent, or be submitted in writing to the board. We ask that audience members listen attentively, but do not interrupt, applaud, or disrupt the meeting in any way. It is important to us that the space continues to be one of order, inclusion, and respect, and we are all responsible for doing our part to maintain that environment. While the public comment period during our board meeting is an important function and serves as a vehicle for our board and community to hear stakeholder concerns, our board is also here to accomplish the important work of our district. Board Policy 203 provides guidance for how our board meetings will operate and states that our regular board meetings must end by 10. As such, if there are an excessive number of community comments that can potentially prohibit board work from getting done in a timely manner, which tonight we have over 30. We have a new policy that limits the number of people speaking to 15 individuals. Please know that board members, if you don't get called to speak, that you can email us, or board members can make a motion to extend our community comment time. If you are here and there are multiple individuals expressing the same viewpoint, I'd ask that you consider deferring your time to somebody that might be talking about something else. And then finally, during the public comment period, our role as the board is to listen, but this is not the place for the board to resolve any concerns, and as such, no comments will be made from the board. Issues will potentially be referred to the superintendent for appropriate follow-up. Thank you for your cooperation. Our first speaker is Kara Hart.
Chair Allenberg, members of the board, and Dr. Stanley, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Kara Hart. I'm a resident of this community, a graduate of Edina High School, a parent of 3 kids who attend Edina Public Schools, and a music teacher at Creek Valley Elementary. I care deeply about this community and the success of its youth, and I know we share that commitment to our children. You have a large responsibility to manage the finances of the school district, and that means being faced with difficult decisions regarding the school district's budget. I have concerns about the proposed changes to the schedule and staffing for music, PE, art, and media at the elementary school. It is still unclear how much FTE would be cut, as the message we received from our principals and from the admin when I asked for clarification said 6 FTE, whereas the board packet said 4.1. Regardless, this would reduce the music curriculum that we deliver by 40%, and we would have far fewer contact hours with our students throughout the year. This change would also impact music programs at the secondary level, as our students receive music foundation at the elementary level. While I am concerned about the reduction in music education, I teach because I love children. I care deeply about their growth and development as whole children. Our youth have faced a very traumatic last few years, and I know the leaders in the room are well aware of the challenges that has created. The specialist classroom supports these students and their social emotional well-being. My general music classroom, which is not a choral classroom, as labeled in the board packet, is far more than just learning about music. I'm committed to creating a safe and inclusive space for all children to have a place to succeed. This includes our students with the most unique needs served in site-based programming who participate in Edina Unified. As specialists, we are uniquely capable of fostering a learning environment where each and every child can experience success. Each and every child, including those in site-based programming, deserve to have that opportunity. Based on recent years' decisions of the school board, they have identified STEAM as being a priority in our elementary schools. The specialist team is leading the charge on developing and implementing this curriculum. At Creek Valley, this includes a specialist STEAM extravaganza week in March, as well as a collaborative STEAM-focused curriculum developed by our specialist team and implemented throughout the year. This proposal would provide us less opportunity to further the STEAM initiative. In our professional development as educators, it has been made clear that this school board and the administration are committed to educating each and every student. The specialist program in the elementary school is an integral part of delivering on that mission. I understand there are a lot of things to consider when making budget decisions, but from my perspective, as a parent and as a teacher, this feels like a big loss, which would have a lasting impact on our kids, our students, and our education. Thank you.
Zachary Baker. Zachary Baker.
Am I good to go? Do I need to? Okay. Chair Allenberg, members of the board, Dr. Stanley. My name is Zach Baker. I'm a physical education teacher at Creek Valley Elementary. and a graduate of Edina High School. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I understand the board has some difficult decisions to make regarding the district's budget cuts. I have concerns regarding one of the proposals and how it will impact our students' social, emotional, and physical well-being, as well as the lack of transparency at the administrative level and disappointing leadership in the rollout of this proposed cut. Physical education plays an integral role in the development of the whole child. It improves students' physical, mental, social, and emotional health. It boosts their brain function, academic performance, and happiness. It teaches them valuable life skills such as teamwork, discipline, resiliency, and empathy. My physical education classroom is a safe and inclusive learning environment where all students can experience success no matter their ability. In my class, students learn how to move their bodies fluently, develop physical skills, as well as personal and social skills necessary for a lifetime of health. To my understanding, the proposal would cut our student contact time by 40%. This decrease would have a significant impact on our students' opportunities for movement and growth. The CDC recommends that children ages 6 to 17 should be getting a minimum of 60 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity every day. While I do not believe that all of this should happen at school, as educators, we must prioritize our students' physical and mental health. I ask that you reevaluate the proposed budget cuts and look for non-student-facing reductions. Cutting our students' time in PE will deprive them of the movement they need throughout the school day. Our students deserve an education that focuses on both their body and their mind to prepare them for life. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Higgins.
Does it just go?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Hi, my name is Katie Higgins, and I'm a 6th grade language arts teacher at Valley View Middle School. I'm here tonight to tell you about a project that my 6th graders just completed. This project would not have been possible without the direct collaboration and co-teaching with Angie Endo, the media specialist at Valley View Middle School. My learners just created their very own podcasts. The planning and preparation for this project was a joint effort between our 6th grade language arts team and Angie, our media specialist. Students first were required to self-select a historical fiction book. Angie pulled dozens of historical fiction novels for students to feast on during our book tasting event before they settled on a novel that was a good fit for them. And while the book selection process is a breeze for many of my students, some of my kiddos really struggled to find a book that matched their interest level and their reading ability. But never fear. Angie made it certain that our media center has a wide range of titles and reading levels to make sure that historical fiction novels are accessible for all readers. Next, students read their books and they identified historical events and people that they were curious about. And the next piece of this large project was to research those questions and do some digging into the people, the wars, the protests, the discrimination, the events that changed our world. Thanks to Angie and the resources on our Valley View Destiny page, we have trusted, kid-friendly sources for students to access in order to research safely. Angie taught my learners how to research and not plagiarize. She shared online tools that helped with annotating and a note-taking process that students can now replicate the next time they have a research project. But our collaboration didn't stop there. Students now had to take this research, summarize their historical fiction novel, and create a podcast. Together, Angie and I taught students how to be sound engineers. They recorded, edited, and published their own podcasts, adding music and sound effects to enhance their written words. I invite you to come visit Valley View and see these projects for yourself. Be sure to bring a device so you can take a picture of their QR code that the students included on their podcast promotion posters. This collaboration could only happen because we have a full-time media specialist at Valley View. I don't want only half of my students to have an experience like this. I don't want to limit access to this project because I can't access the expertise of my colleague every single period of the school day. In a building of almost 1,000 students, we need a full-time media specialist so that these collaborations can happen all the time, not just some of the time, or I would fear none of the time. Thank you.
Joshua O'Brien. Joshua O'Brien.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Joshua O'Brien. I'm a proud parent of 2 students at Concord Elementary School. One of my students is in the room today. Actually, all 3 of them are. Excuse the noise in the background there. But that's how serious this issue is for me, that we were willing to bring a 2-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 7-year-old to the meeting today. But one of my children is a type 1 diabetic. And excuse me if I get a little emotional as I'm talking about this, because it is literally a life or death situation for us every day that we deal with this. So I want to take you guys back to one of the most difficult days of my life, which was January 12th, 2021. That was the day that my 3-year-old daughter was diagnosed at the time with type 1 diabetes. Our world was rocked. Everything that was simple, going to the library, going to visit grandparents, going out for ice cream, all of those things all of a sudden became dramatically difficult things to do. But my wife, who was just amazing, researched, learned, and became knee-deep in diabetes, and she became just the best caretaker you could ever ask for in your life. Fast forward a few years, and something that's challenging for everybody in this room at one point or another in their life, taking their kid to kindergarten class, that it was time for us to do that. Add the layer on top of that, which is we are literally turning over our precious 5-year-old child at the time to other people to care for her every single day of her life. This was extremely challenging for us, and I don't mean to minimize how challenging it is for parents to drop their kindergartens off, because believe me, I saw many people crying just as it was, and no shame in that. I understand it completely. But I want to take you through just a quick day in the life of what it's like to be both a student and a nurse for a type 1 diabetic. So the minute we drop our daughter off, the nurse at that point then takes control of our child's day. She has luckily a glucose monitor on her at all times, as well as an insulin pump to administer her insulin for her. But at that point, it's the nurse's job to understand if our child is going low on her blood glucose or if she's high, and how to correct it. This is not something that you can do just by reading a brochure or looking online at how to take care of diabetes. This involves deep training. And the nursing staff at Concord has done a phenomenal job when it comes to doing that. Some other challenges we have is every time our daughter has to eat, she has to be administered insulin. This is not a light task. It's not something as simple as giving her an ibuprofen or, putting a bandage on a knee. Insulin is not an exact science. It doesn't kick in the minute that you apply it. So nurses learn by the child how long it takes for insulin to kick in for a certain child. My daughter is 6 years old and she's small compared to a large high school male. It may take different amounts of time. So every time she has a snack, every time there's a party, all those things are critical for her. I'm literally standing here today to tell you that when I drop my daughter off, her situation is life and death, and I just cannot stress to you enough how important it is to have a full-time nurse in her school every day that she is there. And I hope you guys will reconsider any budget cuts to full-time nursing staff. Thank you.
Gretchen Meyer. Gretchen Meyer.
Hello, everybody. School Board, Cabinet, and Community, thanks so much for coming tonight. I'm Stephanie Janasco, the licensed school nurse at Cornelia Elementary School. I hold a master's degree in nursing with an emphasis in public health, and I'm also a nationally certified school nurse. I'm here today to voice our team's concerns for the detrimental impact reducing our licensed school nurse staff in half will have on the safety and well-being of students and staff in our district. Before making that decision, it's important to fully understand what it means. A common misconception is that school nurses hand out ice packs and put on Band-Aids. Licensed school nurses are duly licensed by the Minnesota Board of Nursing and Minnesota Department of Education. Our role is to eliminate health and structural barriers, ensuring students' medical and mental health needs are being met at the intersection of health and education. We follow standards of practice, including care coordination, leadership, quality improvement, and public health. The cost containment proposal indicates the current health service associate model will be maintained, although most of our health services associates are unlicensed staff. They are not required to have a formal medical training or education other than CPR. The reduction proposal would leave multiple schools without a licensed medical professional, and therefore the current health service associate model will most certainly be affected. This will impact the response to medical emergencies, life or death, and limit timely access to students' life-saving medications. Our district invests thousands of dollars into building safe environments and systems, but how will this investment work without the essential workers needed to respond in an emergency? Our health services team recently conducted a five-day time study to collect data looking at multiple factors. To highlight a few important facts, in our school district, we have 509 students with asthma, 55 students with seizure disorders, 389 students with life-threatening allergies, 20 students with chronic health conditions that require gastrostomy tubes, tracheostomies, ventilators, etc. We have 27 students with type 1 insulin-dependent diabetes. We have 540 students with significant mental health or behavioral health conditions. This total equals 1,540 students, which is 10% of the Edina school population. These students require specialized medical support to access their education. Although it is stated in the cost containment proposal that medical needs of students have been considered, it is clear this is not true for all students. Could our licensed school nurses who are here tonight please stand up? I'm so proud to serve with each of you, and I truly believe we put the each and every into Edina's mission. We are here to advocate for the health and safety of our students and staff, and we hope you take our concerns into serious consideration and partner with us in recognizing the essential role our current health service model provides. Thank you.
Holly Matheson. Holly Matheson.
Good evening. My name is Holly Matheson. I'm a teacher of the deaf in the district and a nominated person for Teacher of the Year in the state of Minnesota. This past Thursday was an experience in irony for me, and I want to thank you, the board, for consideration tonight and what I will be talking about. I received a lovely handwritten note from Dr. Stanley congratulating me on my Teacher of the Year nomination and my dedication for my service to students and the difference that I make, and I really appreciated that note. Thank you. Later in that afternoon, I was called in to find out that my 1.0 FTE is on the block on your proposal that you received tonight, which means 11 students that I serve are supposed to get folded into 2 other teachers in the district who serve as deaf and hard of hearing students. As you can hear in my voice that's shaking, it creates a lot of emotion in me because students will be impacted. Tonight, as I sit here in this room, I I come in here and see how there's things happening in here that my students wouldn't be able to access, and that's part of what I do. My lens comes in to notice those things. So when people are clapping and you're saying the names, I can't hear you. My students wouldn't be able to hear you. So that's part of what I do, is come into our classrooms and help our teachers to learn what they need to be able to provide access. I had a student this past week tell me that she tells her teacher to wear the microphone, but then if the teacher doesn't do it, she's scared to do it because she doesn't want to be a nag. I work with students to make that work. I was nominated as Teacher of the Year by a student here in Edina. And I'm very honored about that, because that student made that recommendation because she now has accommodations, she understands her accommodations, and she is getting her accommodations. That is what she wrote, that I help her do that. Most people think it's just about hearing aids. It's more than that, and it's about meeting those equitable and inclusive situations across our district. It's doing DHH Day, which we invite you to on March 7th, which we are holding for all of our students to come together. It's dealing with Valley View changing their schedule this week so that Fridays are now club days. So now all of our schedules have to change. We can't see students on that day. Where do we fit those times in? Students' minutes are going to be missed. They're not going to get service with just 2 teachers from birth to graduation. It's been taking 3 of us to do that, and I've been here this past 7 years. And it makes a difference in our students, and I work closely with the nurses. I work closely with all these people to provide access for those students. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Burnham. Lisa Burnham.
Dr. Stanley, honorable school board members. This is my 29th year as a counselor at Edina High School. Tonight, I am here representing Edina's 612 school counselor team to address the proposed cost containment directed toward reducing counselor extra duty days from 18.5 days to 10 days. As educators, parents, and community members who are concerned about the well-being and the education of our kids, we know that we are in the midst of a mental health crisis. Adolescent mental health statistics from the CDC show that the number of young people with anxiety and depression has risen nearly 30%. Between 2011 and 2021, the number of teens and young adults with depression has more than doubled. 42% of high school students have reported experiencing persistent feelings of sadness, including 57% of girls and 69% of GLBTQ+ students. Nearly 1 in 3 high school girls have reported seriously considering suicide. Overall, 1/3 of adolescents report poor mental health. Edina's school counseling team are the first responders for student mental health. When families have concerns about what is happening with their son or daughter, they reach out to us. Why do they do this? Because they have strong, trusting relationships with us. Time and time again, we connect with families during the summer to talk over a schedule change, to calm anxious moments about the year ahead, and to address questions regarding the college application process. We are repeatedly thanked for what we do, for the extra time that we give, for seeing our students and families for where they are at, and for going above and beyond what is expected. Reducing family access to counselors is confusing, given that mental health and wellness is Part C of Edina Public Schools' strategic plan. Counselors are at the forefront and the heart of the district goals as outlined below. Any reduction to counselor days will have significant impacts on Edina students and families. This move to reduce counselor duty days is in direct conflict with Edina's district strategic plan. Our district has an important focus on retaining Edina families. Counselors are the first point of contact for our families and are the consistent touch point throughout their tenure in the Edina system. Cutting extra duty days will substantially and negatively impact a family's ability to receive and share important information crucial to their students' learning. Edina parents have always appreciated our responsiveness and our ability to personalize the educational experiences of our learners. The reduction of extra duty days will detrimentally diminish our ability to plan programs, attend to the individual needs of our families, and compromise our capacity to serve our community in meaningful and real-time ways. The impact of a $74,000 loss will have long-standing consequences for our school community on the overall quality of the social, emotional, and academic development of our EPS students. Thank you.
Brian Joy.
Good evening. My name is Brian Joy. I am a Edina resident. I am a father to 3 boys in the Edina School District, one at Highlands, one at Southview, and one in the high school. I'm here to read a letter I wrote to the board when I heard about the budget cuts. Dear Edina School Board members and Dr. Stanley, I write to you to address the proposed cost containment measures, in particular the drastic reduction in the licensed nursing staff, which to my reading is approximately 50% reduction in the licensed nursing staff across the district. Some of you may recall that the last time I wrote a letter to the school board was over 3 years ago in the height of the pandemic to advocate for the health and safety of our children. In full disclosure, I am fortunate enough to be married to one of our district's wonderful licensed nurses. However, I write to you not as an aggrieved husband, but as a parent, pediatrician, and pediatric subspecialist. I am a pediatric cardiac intensivist at the University of Minnesota. I am co-director of the Pediatric Heart Center and medical director of both the Cardiac Intensive Care Unit and Intermediate Care Unit at mHealth Fairview Masonic Children's Hospital. In short, I care for children every day with complex and chronic medical conditions and health needs. Licensed school nurses are essential to creating an environment where medically fragile children with chronic medical conditions can achieve equitable education. There is evidence that shows that lower school nurse-to-student ratios lead to improvement in students' health and educational outcomes. Both the American Academy of Pediatrics and National Association of School Nurses strongly advocate for at least one licensed school nurse should be in every school in their most recent policy statements. I am proud of the community that we live in and the fact that our district can accommodate children with the most complex of medical needs, including children with medical technology such as tracheostomies, feeding tubes, and insulin pumps. I am also proud of the fact that we have the resources to start to equal the playing field for those children who can't have the same access to medical care that most of us enjoy. I am fortunate to have 3 healthy sons, but if I did have a child with complex or chronic medical problems, and these nursing reductions were to be approved, I would start looking at other school districts that could meet the standard that is currently set by the Edina Public Schools nursing staff. Now is the time to support our nurses and not further disadvantage those most vulnerable children in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrian Berman.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adrian Berman. I'm an Edina resident and an Edina Public Schools parent of 3. Our family has lived here for 10 years and continue to be impressed by the breadth and depth of the Edina Public Schools. It's the main reason we chose Edina. As a parent with a background in education and educational administration, I know far too well the challenges that our industry faces. Rising costs with little to no supplemental revenue is real, painful, and frustrating. And yet, I've watched for years and marveled at how you've creatively managed the budget under perpetual pressure. Each year, a new wave of cuts, each year, a new exercise in financial contortionism. I'm impressed, amazed, and appreciative that these cuts have always limited the direct impacts to our students. But this proposal includes cuts that would dramatically impact our kids. Significantly cutting our school nurses leaves a vacuum of need that cannot be replaced by other school staff members. Reducing our arts, music, PE, and media staff will also have a disproportionately negative impact on schools. These should not be the actions of a district that prides itself on excellence, graduating well-rounded students with endless college possibilities. There are students who need those spaces to feel their best selves and to reach their potential. There are students who bloom not with their classroom teacher, but in relationship with specialists with whom they engage year after year. I want to be sure that you've explored all non-student facing angles, things like synergies with other districts on professional development or administrative tasks, reducing technology subscription costs, improving transportation routes. And I also have to wonder at what point we need to look at the other side of the ledger, revenue generation. I'm not an expert on school revenue options, and I acknowledge that while we live in an affluent community, we want to ensure availability and accessibility for all students. But with that in mind, here are some ideas to increase funding. Elementary school style community connection events happening at the middle and high schools. Increased use of renewable energy. Corporate sponsorships, slippery slope, I know. Team club fundraisers that would alleviate district funding needs. The Ultimate Frisbee team this weekend raised $4,000 bagging groceries at Jerry's. Increasing our facility rental prices. Small increases or new activity fees for certain school activities, sports, music, theater, robotics, etc. Charging other districts to learn from our professional expertise, for example, in the science of reading that was heavily invested in the past year or two. Increased grant writing, and higher parking passes for all bus-eligible students at the high school. $300 for the entire year is absurd, and it might fix some of our traffic problems too. Another angle is to reinforce and amplify existing institutions that are well-structured and have untapped potential, like the Ed Fund and Give and Go. I'd like to see our district share their message and perhaps encourage our community to engage in the concept of fair share dues. Thank you.
Sarah Swenson.
Chair Allenberg, members of the school board, and Dr. Stanley. My name is Sarah Swenson. I'm the media specialist at Edina High School and a national board certified teacher. This fall marked my 25th year teaching in the district, and I am also a district parent. Last March, I testified in front of the Minnesota legislature to restore funding for school librarians in the state of Minnesota. Edina Public Schools is a leader in K-12 media programming with a full-time media specialist in each building. It makes sense I would advocate for students and staff across the state to have what we have in Edina, the best. And because that's what each and every Minnesotan deserves. On that day 11 months ago, I would never imagine that I would be before you tonight asking you not to cut Edina's exemplary library program in half. The cost containment proposal is devastating for students, staff, and families. In the 2002 year, the district asked the community to support a technology levy. And while the ballot language did not specifically include media specialists, that was the intent. You asked media specialists to be the face of the levy campaign because you believed in the work we do and the powerful impact it has on students, staff, and families. I urge you to stand by the original plan of the tech levy. School media specialists are magic makers. We are more than books, but let's start there. We help students find that just right book, spark and nurture love of reading with students. The district has a focused goal on literacy. Media specialists are experts in kids, what they want to read, and making that match. We support teachers in that work too. Beyond reading and literacy, we also help implement the new state STEAM standards. The elementary media specialists have taught coding with bots for years, as well as 3D printing circuitry and the engineering design process. Further, the news is rife with the dangers and harms and negative impacts of social media on kids. Media specialists teach students digital literacy skills. This level of teaching, working with students and staff, is only possible with a full-time licensed media specialist. The tech levy language supports funding for technology staff. Media specialists are technology staff. This month, elementary media specialists are teaching students how to create strong passwords. Every day across the district, media specialists fix Chromebooks and provide technology instruction. Does that not make us technology staff? EHS has nearly 2,700 students and over 200 staff members. I work with and support each and every one of them, as do my fellow 8 media specialist colleagues in their buildings. That's quite a bang for your buck. Media specialists specifically curate print and electronic collections where there are materials for all learners in the school, from picture books to advanced reading and post-high school resources. Media specialists provide immediate audiobook access for qualifying students and teach them how to use this district-funded resource. Media specialists train new teachers on how to navigate all the tools in the Edina portal. Media specialists work with building paraprofessionals, community ed staff, and custodians to help with all their technology needs and questions. This isn't just anecdotal evidence. The research is clear. Library media programs led by licensed media specialists have a statistically significant impact on each and every student. Finally, board members, I ask you to talk with your own children about their impact the school library has had on them. I bet they'll remember the author visits and the many varied computer science experiences and a warm, friendly person who greets them by name and helps them find books and supports their personal and academic interests. The school library is the heart of the school. These proposed cuts are like ripping out half of the school's heart, and a body can't live with half a heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Miladovich.
Dear members of the school board, thank you for your service to our community. I know that this is a very difficult position, and I don't envy your role. I do want to address you in two roles that I play. Number one, I am a physician. I'm an eye surgeon. I'm involved in public health internationally and domestically. Number two, I'm a mother of a child in the school district. My child has potentially life-threatening chronic illnesses as well as special needs. As a physician, I want to echo Dr. Joy that the American Academy of Pediatrics, which we should really note is the national authority on the health and well-being of children, officially recommends that there is at least one registered nurse, fully trained professional in every school at all times. Our children face more health problems than ever before. We know this. Chronic diseases like obesity, asthma are all on the rise. This necessitates trained professional being on site at all times. But also things happen at school, new seizures, new food allergic reactions, and I want to emphasize these are life-threatening within minutes. Falls from the gym equipment involving head trauma, that needs to be triaged by someone who knows what they're doing. These complex and varied issues require a trained, registered nurse who also knows the student body to handle these situations in a safe and standard of care manner. It is gross negligence to leave our most vulnerable population, our children, without the care of a fully trained registered nurse. On a personal note, I have to tell you that my special needs child with chronic illnesses derives enormous benefit from the regular interaction that she has with the nursing staff that she knows, that she's comfortable with. If she didn't know them, if they were a rotating locum tenens nurse that the district hired at a cheaper rate, she wouldn't feel comfortable taking her medicines, and she would suffer. Our children have to be healthy and safe to do well in school. Our children are a vulnerable population. They cannot speak up for themselves. And for our children to be healthy and safe, they need a full-time registered school nurse on site.
Thank you. Jenny Beamish. Jenny Beamish.
Just press this button.
There you go.
Hi, board. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. I'm a resident of Edina and also a parent to 2 kids in the school district, and I also happen to be a parent of a kid with type 1 diabetes at Highlands Elementary. Sorry. Type 1 diabetes requires constant daily monitoring, not just for health maintenance, but actual survival. It is crucial that we have a well-trained staff in schools, which is a protected right under Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. This act prohibits discrimination against people with disabilities and ensures that they have access to the same educational opportunities as everyone else. Schools that receive federal funding are mandated to meet the needs of students with type 1 diabetes and provide reasonable modifications and accommodations, including staff trained to check blood glucose levels, administer insulin, training to recognize symptoms of being high or low blood sugar, which could be fatal, and know how to respond in emergencies. Support staff to enable students to participate in sports, extracurricular activities, and school-sponsored field trips without requiring parental attendance as a condition of participation. I am in regular communication with the nursing staff at Highlands, and they sit right behind me today. On a good day, I'm in contact with the nursing staff 3 times a day. That's just a good day. On a bad day, when Mason's numbers are high and low all over the place, I might be on the phone multiple times in one single day and getting 4, 5, 6 text messages. This level of communication with the current staff, and this is just one child in one school of hundreds, any reduction in school staff within the health department would render our current support model unsustainable. This situation would be dire for students with any complex health issues. I urge you to consider the lives of our students with type 1 diabetes and other severe health issues when making the decisions about the budget cuts. Their lives depend on a well-staffed health department. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Cook? Jeff Cook? Jeff Cook? Oh. Actually, that's not allowed under our policy. The person has to be here to read their own statement.
I'm a nursing staff at the school. Can we make an exception?
I'm sorry.
They have to be home with their children tonight.
I know, I'm sorry. We can't allow people to speak on behalf of other people. They have to be here to do their statement. My apologies. I'm sorry. Yeah, if they submit it to us, yeah, we read everything that we receive, so. Sorry about that. John Rourke?
Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for taking time to listen to us today. I'm John Rourke. I'm here with my wife, Jen. 12 years ago, we were living in Minneapolis, and both of our children were in preschool, and both were diagnosed with a rare neuromuscular disorder. It was our pediatrician who said if it was my family, I'd move to Edina. They have the best health services he's ever come across. We took his advice. We moved to the Pamela Park neighborhood, and we immediately began to get services for our children as they went to Concord and Southview. Fast forward 10 years to 2022, and our physician at Gillette Children's informed us that our daughter would need major reconstructive surgery on both of her feet. We do one foot, and then we do the other foot, and it's about a 10-month process for surgeries and recoveries. And it was right in the middle of Franny's sophomore year at Edina High School. We started to realize the amount of significant time she would miss in person in school. And it's difficult to quantify the stress and the anxiety that our daughter felt, and then also that we as parents felt. And then we were assigned to our licensed registered nurse, Gretchen Meyer, and we were immediately put at ease. Having an experienced licensed nurse meant that we would work with someone who understood the depth and the gravity of the surgeries and the recovery. And then she could customize a dynamic learning curriculum around our daughter. We will never forget the words that Gretchen told us. She said, "Parents, I got this. I'm on point. I'll handle everything. Make sure that Franny's in check with everything academically and in the school. And you guys have enough to worry about with her at home and healing and her emotional well-being." To her word, Gretchen set up the academic plans and handled all the communications with the teachers so Franny could get through the process of her surgeries, pain management, and ease her way back into the schoolwork as she moved through medications and recoveries at home. Our plan to move to Edina 12 years ago came to fruition this year, and the Edina Public School Nurses and Health Services program went above and beyond our expectations. We beg you to not cut the EPS Health Services or any of the nursing staff in any way. We beg you to lift the students up when they are most vulnerable demonstrates the empathy and the compassion that helps define the Edina School District. We are here to plead that these critical services are not only available for us, but any family in the district and any future families that are coming. Please choose to continue to invest in the staff, and the programs with integrity and compassion, and we can't express how grateful we are. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mike and Leah Birkland. Mike and Leah Birkland.
Good evening, everyone. We're Mike and Leah Birkland, residents of Edina with 2 kids at Countryside. Wanted to, while acknowledging that you guys have many difficult budgeting and trade-off decisions before you to try to preserve funding for school nursing as much as you can. We moved into the district 2 years ago because we weren't confident that our former district was able to keep our children safe. Our daughter, Peyton, is special needs, medically complex, has had over 20 surgeries, and has missed years of her elementary school life because she's been living in the hospital. She's teeny tiny. She's going to be 40 pounds her whole life. She has a fusion from neck to bottom, so she's easy to knock over. She also loves school more than anything. She starts her school day with hugging bus driver Jackie in the morning at pickup. She ends her school day by hugging bus driver Jackie at afternoon drop-off. We're pretty sure she hugs everyone else in between. In our former school district, she was in a classroom. There's lots of little kids running around. One of the other kids inadvertently knocked into her. She fell over, not a hard fall onto a carpet, but she still got, brain bleed and multiple skull fractures. Brain bleeds they're a serious issue. There's a mortality rate there. People and kids die from that sort of situation all the time, especially when you have a lot of underlying medical complexities, which Peyton does. We were able to get her the care she needs. She's fine. She's alive and well and happy. But the point of that story is, life and death situations can happen like that in a school setting, and the importance of licensed professional medical care is just of critical importance to us. Families like us, we don't sometimes maybe have a ton of options. A lot of families like us keep their kids at home because it's too dangerous. That's not an option for us. That would crush Peyton's spirit. Like private schools aren't an option for her. As we found out, many public districts aren't an option for her. Edina Public Schools does such a wonderful job. We view it as a haven. We talk with Wonder Nurse Kim, maybe not daily, but a lot. I think it's close to daily, yeah. And the trust and the safety that we feel there just like is the most amazing. It feels like a reprieve. It feels like we won the lottery. And we would love if you guys could find a way to preserve that as much as possible. So that's the personal one. And then the broader one, there's a lot of kids like Peyton out there. The deck is stacked against the special needs student population in terms of, trying to live their fullest life, live their happy, healthy lives. And so cuts to nursing, I think will fall disproportionately on a student population that already has a lot of disadvantages. So that's that.
Thank you. Beth Gazibel. Did I pronounce that correctly?
You did. Good job. Good evening, everyone. My name is Beth Gizabel, and I'm fortunate to serve as a licensed school nurse at Edina High School, working specifically with the special education population. I have my master's degree in nursing, as well as I'm a nationally certified school nurse. My heart really goes out to you guys. I was a hospital leader for a decade. It is hard managing budgets, so I just want to express appreciation for the hard task that's ahead of you. I'm here tonight to share my story of why I am a proud and dedicated licensed school nurse and why I'm asking you to carefully reconsider the budget cuts being proposed. To start off, I want to share a story that was a win from last school year. I had a student who I screened their vision. The student needed a referral, promptly referred them to an ophthalmologist. It was immediately discovered they needed eye surgery. Within months, this student had eye surgery and now can see clear and be better to learn at school. Without the important screenings that take place in the school environment by licensed staff, that care may not be achieved. Another example I can think of approximately 20 students at the high school who have eating disorders, who are effectively able to maintain their school attendance through direct collaboration and support of the licensed school nurses, and are therefore able to avoid inpatient treatment. I know I was CC'd on a few emails from a couple of the students I directly worked with whose parents are incredibly grateful that their kids are not inpatient and missing out on their education in their high school years. I also appreciate that the health service associate role is being maintained. An important piece of information to consider is only 25% of our health service associates are actually registered nurses. It's not a requirement of a job, it's a bonus of the job. A requirement of the job, as Stephanie stated earlier, is CPR certification. With as much as I respect and value our health service associates, that means any one of you could get trained in CPR and be responsible to manage the care of a type 1 diabetic, a seizing student, a student with a trach and a vent, while the licensed school nurse is serving another building. You may be on your own responding to those. Scary. It's definitely scary. Only RNs have the scope of practice to assess, triage competing priorities, and develop a culturally competent, individualized care plan that comes from years of nursing experience. I'd like to point out another goal of the Berg process is to improve third-party reimbursement. In terms of nursing billings, only tasks performed by a registered nurse can be billed to Medicaid. Therefore, any of the district's services such as daily medication administration, continuous glucose monitor reading, or gastrostomy tube feedings could not be billed and reimbursed through Medicaid if it's not performed by a registered nurse. Therefore, we would be losing funding with the direct cuts. Sorry, babbling on. So, thank you. I'd appreciate reconsideration.
Thank you. Board, that was 15 speakers, and we have about 6 more individuals that are requested to speak. I would like to make a motion to extend our community comments for 15 more minutes in an effort to try to get everyone in to speak. That's the motion on the table.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor of extending community comment for 15 minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? The motion carries. So we're going to extend community comments for 15 minutes to try to get everyone in. And we for sure want to hear what everyone has to say. If you can just try to stick to the 3 minutes as close as possible, which everyone is doing a great job. I really appreciate it. Melissa Paddock.
Thank you for extending the time to hear from everyone. I will try to keep this rather brief and condense some of the things that I wanted to say to things that maybe have not already been said. I am a parent of 2 children in our school district. I'm an employee of the school district. I'm very concerned about the idea that we would be cutting licensed school nurses in half. One of the things that was shared in the meeting before was that, there's a school nurse shared between 2 elementary schools, and it's actually, there's a couple nurses that are already shared between 2 elementary schools. Even at the school that my children attend, there is a shared nurse already. So I want to make that clear that I feel like we have amazing staff, the health aides, but even as it is, we still don't have 1 licensed school nurse per building. They are split. And so furthering that to say that we're going to cut 50% of those, I don't understand how we're going to then retain these amazing health aides that we have that have been trained to care for our kids. They will find other jobs and they will leave, and then we will be compounding this issue even further. One of my children has type 1 diabetes. I get super emotional whenever I hear any parent talk about their children with type 1 because it's like a club you never want to join. And there are several people in here tonight that know exactly what that's like. My son was diagnosed when he was 18 months old, and we left Chicago to come to Minnesota to be closer to our family, to find some community that could help us with this new adjustment in our house. And when we started looking at places to live, Edina was a school district, one of the few that had licensed school nurses in every building. That is what brought us to this community initially. I love it for many reasons, but that is what brought us to this community. No other question. We could have gone anywhere around here, and we chose Edina for that reason. One of the things that I think hasn't been mentioned is that the school nurses that we do keep will now be busy doing other things than just caring for our students with medical needs. They will be sitting in IEP meetings and 504 meetings, which they are required to be in. So there will be more administrative tasks for these individuals than there currently are now, which again means less direct care for our kids when they need us. So those are a couple points that I didn't hear raised that I just want to make sure you guys heard.
Thank you. Sarah Utzinger.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Utzinger. I am a proud 6th grade science teacher at Valley View Middle School. I'm here tonight to emphasize the importance of having a full-time licensed media specialist at the middle level. After 20 plus years of teaching middle school, I know that quality, knowledgeable media specialists who are truly passionate about their job are hard to come by. Here's a snapshot into our day in the lives and how it is greatly influenced by our media specialist, Angie Endo. Every Monday prior to the school day, some of the staff gather in the media center where Angie leads us in a circle. Teachers are able to join together to meditate, share gratitude, and center ourselves before our hectic day. This has been essential to our mental health. At Valley View, we start our day in advisory. Oops, what is that? You forgot your Chromebook? You need a book to read for silent reading? Oh, you forgot your Chromebook. Yours isn't charged? Okay, go to the media center. Go to the media center. That happens all day long. Back to advisory. One of the highlights of our week is listening to the Valley View TV broadcast, organized, produced, and facilitated by none other than Angie. Another highlight of advisory is flex time, where students are able to meet with teachers or in clubs with other students with similar interests. Angie often curates book collections that are tailored to these groups, often marginalized groups of students who rarely see books with characters like them. On to science class. Let's take a field trip. Angie has organized a traveling exhibition on karst topography. Our students are able to explore the amazing 3D models and learn about a new topic. When we have research projects, Angie helps the students find current, relevant information, whether it be in the form of a book or an online resource. Next comes my prep period. Our science curriculum doesn't have Minnesota-specific information that aligns with the state standards, so we need to find our own resources. Thank goodness we have our media specialists to help us. Last but not least, Angie is continuously helping us navigate the ever-changing landscape of technology. For example, AI. She not only gives us ideas for new and creative ways of delivering content, she partners with us in its delivery. Our media centers are the heart of our schools, and the people that run them are irreplaceable, full-time employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Owen Michelson. Owen Michelson.
Good to see you all. Owen Michelson, former board member. I have basically two comments to make. First of which, it's very different from what has been spoken here, but it is in concert with it. And I applaud you for your new changes in community comment, because as a former board member, I remember how important it was to hear from the community. You can just hear the passion here, and you can learn so much. So thank you for still having community comment, and then for putting parameters on it, because we've seen some significant disruption. You have to go about your business. So thank you for putting some boundaries down, because the community wants to hear from you, but we want you to be able to do your work too. My second comment is, The last 2 months or so may have left some of our Jewish friends and neighbors feeling undervalued, menaced, and not appreciated. And I want to have them hear from the microphone that our Jewish friends and neighbors are appreciated and respected. You are valued, and you belong in Edina. Thank you.
Thank you. Evan Johnson. Evan Johnson.
Chair Allenberg, Superintendent Stanley, member of the boards. My name is Evan Johnson, and I'm a tech para over at Southview Middle School across the way. I'm here to urge you not to approve a budget that would reduce the media specialist roles in our schools. Cost containment in the 2024-25 cost containment recommendations that will be presented later tonight from this packet, there's a recommendation that will cut the time media specialists spend in our schools by half. That is to say, half as much enthusiasm for reading, half as much expertise on literature, and half as much insight into the evolving landscape of new media that is constantly interacting with students every day. I've had the privilege of working closely with some of our media specialists in both elementary and secondary schools in the district, and I can safely say on behalf of anyone that has ever worked with them that they are a necessary part of our school environments. For staff, they offer experience into how literature and technology can be used in classrooms or how to incorporate it in better ways. I cannot think of a staff member that has asked one of our media specialists for help or advice on something and left with anything less than a plan to get that information or resource to them. For students, it's even more. They are a wealth of knowledge and insight into exploring new ideas and resources that they never even knew existed before. They take a student's interest and help expand it beyond what they learn in class. Personally, as a lifelong learner myself, going up to a media specialist or a school librarian and they can help you find that exact thing that you're looking for, plus more, is one of the most magical experiences you can have as a learner. These are not positions that can be done half the time. The needs and curiosities of our students don't take a break halfway through the day. I urge you not to vote on a measure that would rob our schools of such great resources for everyone. Edina prides itself on excellence, and that is dependent on our students getting the knowledge and resources they need to succeed. Please don't make that harder for them to get. Thank you for your time and consideration on this matter.
Thank you. Ashley Crone. Ashley Crone.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Crone. I am the current Highlands Media Specialist, a past president of the Information and Technology Educators of Minnesota, and a Hennepin County board member. I want to thank the board and district leadership for your past commitment to ensuring each school's library media program is led by a full-time media specialist, which is the staffing guideline from the American Association of School Librarians. I also want to thank you for making this decision decades before the new annual funding from the state to pay for staffing library media specialists. This is just one action that marks Edina as not only one of the best districts in the country, or in the state, but as a leader across the country. Let me detail what Edina's library media program does with 9 full-time media specialists. We grow the lifelong love of reading, seeking, and ethically using information, libraries, technology use, and digital literacy in everyone we interact with. Students and staff have learning experiences with computer science, coding, robotics, and digital citizenship, all of which supports the district's new STEAM initiative, as well as traditional literacy and reading. We support students' personal and academic interests while also supporting staff, families, and community members. We are continually fostering connections that will last well beyond any individual's time here. Furthermore, we are the exemplification of the Professional Educator Licensing and Standards Board descriptors for library media specialists. Teachers, instructional partners, information specialists, program administrators, and leaders. Edina Public Schools has chosen time and again to transform the educational outcomes of each and every student with just one position. Perhaps you prefer test data. Edina's literacy scores are on the rise, and media specialists are a part of that. I promise this isn't just wishful thinking on my part. Research shows that maintaining or increasing library media specialist staffing makes test scores go up, and not just those related to reading. When staffing is reduced, test scores go down. Would you like me to cite my sources? As a librarian, I must. Please check your email inbox later for a message from me with a research compendium detailing the numerous impacts of library media services on school communities, as well as our licensure document. This data isn't a recent change or a one-off. To borrow a phrase from my students, it's been true since the late 1900s. And even better, the findings remain consistent over the years. 2 years ago, I was actively recruited by multiple staff and community members for several months while I was leading Minneapolis Public Schools library program. This is now my second year in Edina, and it feels like we provide the dream public school education and library media services that each and every student and staff member deserves. Edina feels like home, and that's something considering I attended Eden Prairie Public Schools. As my first day of school skirt that I made and the Camp Read-A-Lot shirt I designed shows, a full-time media specialist will do almost anything to engage and connect with our school community. I implore you, please keep demonstrating your decades-long commitment as the board weighs cost containment options. Please maintain the staffing of Edina's library media services because it is what each and every student, staff, family, and community member deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Cribb. Terry Cribb. Terry Cribb.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My head is spinning from all the eloquent statements people have made, and before I get into my main purpose right now, which is instructional services on the budget, I mean, the stories from the families with children with diabetes and all the other issues, I think the school district has been very lucky because I've only lived here 4 years, but I haven't heard anything traumatic. But the way the world works is budgets get cut, things have been going well, and then one thing happens, one horrible thing happens, and then it's the worst nightmare that the school district will have ever seen, and the expense will be horrific, but beyond the expense, the personal impact. So we all know this, but I feel like it needs to be said because this country often is very reactive instead of proactive. And while you don't represent the country, but when we have students who are, doing drills because of guns and things like that, our priorities are a little messed up in general beyond the school. But, and then all the other specialists are just crucial. I've been thinking about it lately, unrelated to the budgets. Yes, school is about reading, writing, and arithmetic. That's, what the saying was, but it's so much more than that. And everyone's different and finding their niche. It could be one of those specialists that has the most extraordinary impact on someone's life. And they're crucial to everyone's well-being. But I can't speak with great insight on this because I've only recently learned about it, but there's a line item, I believe that's instructional services, and it sounds like it has exponentially increased in several years. And I don't know what this means. It's a non-contact line item, but the budget has swollen in that regard, and I think if there isn't already transparency on that I'm just not aware of because I confess to not doing my homework before speaking up here, but we need to know about it because maybe that's where there can be something reduced. And I would love to learn more about that, and if there's something out there, please shed light on that. But we have to be proactive. I mean, this school district is exemplary, and what's being proposed will make us just average like everyone else. And I don't think that's what Edina is all about. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our remarks from members of the community. So thank you, everyone, for coming tonight and adhering to our policy. We're going to move on with our consent agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to remove from the consent agenda? Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We will now vote to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? The consent agenda has been approved. And now we're going to move on to our discussion topics. Our first discussion topic is our pre-K to 12 comprehensive literacy plan update. And we have Director of Teaching and Learning, Jody D. St. Hubert, and Assistant Director of Teaching and Learning, Bethany Van Osdol. Welcome.
Thank you. Are you ready for me to get started? Okay, wonderful. Well, Chair Allenberg, members of the board, Dr. Stanley, and community members, it is a true honor to be able to sit in front of you and give an update on our comprehensive literacy plan. I was with you just in October updating you on our fall progress, and now we have winter progress. So I don't have a clicker, so I'll just say next slide. Do I? Oh, I do have a clicker. Thank you. Perfect. So we will start with some very important celebrations. There are many. We are seeing some really impressive results based on the hard work of our staff and students. Mainly when we look at our letters implementation, we are seeing some direct impact on our K-3 students, which you've seen in the board report. The percent of kindergarten and first grade students are it's just astoundingly grown in the past 3 years since this letters work began. We are seeing an increase in 20% from 3 winters ago when we track the winter trend data. We're also seeing over 80% of our students in K-1 making typical and aggressive growth. When we think about other similar assessments, appropriate goal in similar assessments is about 65%, and so 81% is incredible. And we're also seeing that same rate of growth with our EL learners. And then again, you'll just notice that there are other points here of increase for our first, second, and third grade students, up 7 to 8%. And then as we go down the list, you'll start to see some of the impact on our middle school and high school students. So the second to last bullet, we have the middle and high school students that are achieving benchmark in auto reading. Auto reading assesses our foundational skills. So we think about those building blocks for reading. Those are really critical to have in place. And so in our middle and high school, we're seeing that. And then the percentage of ninth graders that are meeting benchmark is 3% higher from just 3 years ago. You will see more trend data in this report because we have for K-3 because we have more trend data. We're collecting that. We just started implementing FastBridge for this data, the screening data last year for our 4th through 10th grade. 10th grade just started this year. So with that, one thing I want to keep in mind is that while we are looking at really critical data, right? Dr. Stanley always says literacy is the currency of power for our students, and we know that to be true, but we also know that it has a direct impact on their social emotional learning, and more than anything, we want healthy, happy kids. And so this is really important in terms of a big picture also. So really quickly, I'm going to go through, just as an update, just the categories of how we're responding to the winter data. You've seen all the celebrations and all of the key data points in the board report, but we're going to just speak through just some 4 key areas. Pre-K through 3rd grade, we're going to stay the course. It's working, we're seeing incredible impact, and we're just going to keep deepening the work. In 4th through 5th grades, we are working with our literacy coaches. I'll give an example here in a moment of how we're using diagnostic data for students that are not meeting the benchmark now in the winter to dig in deeper to see how and where we might lean into specific literacy and intervention strategies to support students in making more aggressive growth. 6th and 8th, our middle school are also working with our coaches. Rosie and Katie are working really intensely to dig into the data to look at the specific interventions and the screening to intervention. We talk about that a lot in FastBridge, those intervention reports. And then also enhance and deepen our Tier 1 instruction, mostly around vocab and comprehension. That's the theme that's coming up with our intermediate and secondary students. So you'll see something similar in our 9th grade classrooms, especially with our college reading readiness with Sarah Burgess. She's really looking at how to implement fluency interventions, vocab, and comprehension. So with that, my slide's not working. Uh-oh, my clicker's not working. Next slide. Okay. This is tiny and you can't read it. I'm sorry. This is a process that we work through. These are just kind of an if-then chart of the thought process. I've said it in the past, but I wish we had titled our comprehensive literacy plan a comprehensive literacy process, because that's what it is. We are constantly collecting data and responding, and it's just a cyclical pattern. With the questions that are on this, these are just aligned to MTSS. So we're looking at 80% of our students meeting benchmark. If that's a yes, then we lean into our intervention plans. If that's a no, then we look at our Tier 1 instruction. This slide is a long list that you don't need to read carefully. However, it's important to note these are our diagnostics. We have with our letters learning and our superb literacy coaches, we have a wide range of ways that we can diagnose and lean into looking at additional data if students are not meeting benchmark. And this is just a long list categorized by the 5 pillars of where we can turn to get more information. So an example of this is a student in our school district, a 5th grade student, who presents as a really strong reader, right? This student is high performing in subject areas, but the teachers were noticing that he was starting to struggle with multisyllabic words. And so something else that the student noted was that he said, I really prefer to read fiction over nonfiction because there's too many big words in nonfiction. And so that raised some red flags for the teachers. And so what they chose to do, along with the help of the literacy coach, is to use some of these diagnostics. So they looked at the student's decoding and the morphology in FastBridge, and they noticed the student was at high risk for that. So while his overall general reading score was at benchmark and beyond, there were some areas that were weak for this student that were impacting how he felt about reading and how the books that he was choosing. And so after that, the teachers began to dig into that diagnostic data, and from that, a plan was created. So this is just an example of how the data is used to further action steps, right? And the ultimate action step is providing some sort of a response. And the response in this case is the intervention teacher is going to pull this student for, I think it was 15 minutes, 15 minutes per day for 2 weeks for an intervention burst. And they're going to monitor that, and they're going to hopefully see that that's working and having a positive impact. If not, they'll go back to the diagnostics and keep working, but that will be communicated to caregivers throughout the process. So it's just one example, and it's happening across the district in so many places. I can't say it enough, but I'm speaking and bragging on behalf of our literacy coaches because they are doing such an amazing job working alongside our teachers, and our teachers are embracing that coaching, and it's really working for kids. Also in middle school, here's an example of a response plan. In this case, we have leadership teams. This data is new. This data is very new for our secondary staff. And so they are leaning into looking again at that screening to intervention plans, which that's a specific report in FastBridge that triangulates the data on the back end and then shows exactly what instructional plan will be most appropriate for the student. And so they're using that. Again, what's surfacing mostly is fluency, vocab, and comprehension at our secondary levels. And so they're taking that, administering the interventions. Sometimes it's during flex time. Other times it's during like an LA Plus class. Other times it's being done potentially with a support staff or in the Tier 1 classroom. In addition to that is, how are we also tweaking our Tier 1 instruction so that we are providing that additional support around the vocab and comprehension, since we know that that's an area of need across many of the classrooms. This clicker is not working. There we go. This is just another example of the agenda for one of the data meetings. If you could click into one of these links up at the top, in the first step, you would see a spreadsheet with every student listed and that student's screening and intervention plan with a column that says how are we responding and how are we monitoring it. So when we look and we think about our vision of each and every, that spreadsheet would have all of that just visible for us to illustrate that commitment to the mission and vision. So again, you can see all of the steps that are taken right now. This meeting happened last Tuesday, and so we're literally just real time right now, right? So they're taking these plans and they're going to be implementing these plans this week. and continuing to work through that. The other piece of this, and you see a little snippet of it in the corner called Aspire. Aspire is the extension of Letters. Letters, as you know, is our K-3 PD. That's that rigorous, rich PD around how we now teach reading and around the science of reading. This is for our intermediate and secondary students, or teachers, I should say, who are teaching those older students. And so that is PD that we are implementing. Again, real time, we're just getting started. February 20th is our PD day, where we'll be leaning into that to equip them to be able to do this work. And finally, in our 9th and 10th grade response plan, I think it's really important to continue to reiterate, they just started implementing this. 10th grade has only given this assessment 2 times now. And so it's just that first bullet is the system is just getting used to acquiring this data and using it. I would say with the strong partnership of Leanne Feely, she's working alongside with Sarah Burgess and the ELA teachers at the high school. But working on using that data to, again, lean into that vocab. Remember the trend, the theme, right? We have vocab and comprehension coming up a lot for our upper grade readers, and using that in terms of informing instruction and informing intervention for our college reading readiness class, which you know is at the 9th grade level. And finally, oh my gosh, this clicker. This is about adjusting our sails, right? So we are taking in all of this information and we're using it to just continue to highlight areas that need our attention while continuing to keep, like I said, just continuing at our K-3 level to do the work that we see is working and having such a strong impact. And then we'll just continue to build on that as we go along in the journey. So I appreciate that. Again, I just can't say it enough that I'm bragging on behalf of the coaches and teachers that are doing this hard work. They're doing an amazing job. The teachers in Edina have embraced this new way to teach reading, and it is outstanding. I was just at a community night for our families at Concord, where the teachers were giving sample lessons in Haggerty and having the parents in the room break apart words and phonemic chunks and using all of the strategies, and that's happening across the district. So it's really, really impressive, and I am honored to share this on their behalf because they are the ones that deserve all the credit. With that, I will take any questions.
Thank you so much. Before we turn over to questions, I just wanted to remind the board that this is purely an update where we won't be voting on anything. And so this is a periodic update that we get from our wonderful teaching and learning team about how the rollout of the new literacy plan is going. I see that,
not
sorry,
green.
I have the wrong name.
But
So-
it's not green,
oh.
so that's why you can't
It
see
says Dan has a question, but it's-
I have no idea where mine is. Thank you very much. My one question at this particular juncture is, through this process that's kind of stuck out to you or to the team about what we're trying to do?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I'm going to say the amount, the increase that we're seeing in our K-3 students was an incredibly pleasant surprise. I've worked with this type of data for a very long time in many different roles in 3 different school districts, and seeing an increase of 20% in 3 years is unbelievable. So I'm going to say that was a pleasant surprise. Yeah.
Director Gabler.
Thank you. Thanks for this update. I have a question. Great results. It's exciting to see this. One of my thoughts that I had as I read this, as the state has rolled out the READ Act, and there's definitely work across the state to train our teachers in the science of reading, and I'm so grateful for the work that our teachers have put into this and to see the results we're seeing. I am wondering, I would love for our legislators to see this. The investment that we have made in training our teachers and the results it's paying off, because districts are not able to afford letters training. And so it's thanks to our partnership with the Ed Fund, with the city of Edina, that we were able to do it, and we are leading the way. And so my head goes to, how do we get this before our legislators to say, we need money to be able to train our teachers, and this is the results. We're seeing results.
Yeah.
So it's something that I am curious about, if that comes from, us as 7 board members, our administration, but it's just, this needs to be shared. And the ask needs to be for more funding. to fund the READ Act.
I am just going to make one comment that there has been exciting information from MDE released recently that we are getting the ball rolling and submitting the numbers of staff that we need to continue to train. And then we work directly with the company, which is Letters, and then Letters actually bills the state. So the PD of Letters will begin to be funded through the legislation and MDE. What Edina is doing uniquely, and I do think it is part of the results, is that we are paying teachers for time, and that is not something that we will get funding for. We're also leaning into some additional resources with that PD. For example, sound walls is something that we've been showing videos of, or teachers are engaging and they're learning how to use sound walls in the classroom in connection with the PD, and that is like another resource. So we are excited and very grateful that there is some funding coming, and we'll need to continue to lean into the unique and excellent way that Edina wants to continue this work and acknowledge the hours for our teachers and time card pay them. And we can continue to share the celebrations wherever
Still
we're
think
able
it needs to be, yes, it definitely needs to be shared because I think we're a model of what's working well.
I would agree with you.
On the same funding question, do you know if we're eligible to be reimbursed since we were early adopters of this and invested heavily in this?
We are not. There's not reimbursement.
Other questions or comments from board members? I just want to thank you guys and all our educators that have done the training. It's a lot of training, a lot of hard work. I thank Dr. Stanley and your team for your leadership. It is amazing, and I'm just so grateful for all of it. It's amazing results, and I can't wait to see it progress. So thank you very much. Next discussion item is our teacher evaluation alt comp memorandum of understanding. And we have Libby Sandvik here. And Debbie Kringle, is that right? Excellent.
So just a matter of pointing at it. Yeah. Yeah. This direction to go. Yep. Okay. Good evening, Chair Ellenberg, Dr. Stanley, board members. I did want to just give a quick highlight that this teacher evaluation and alternative compensation memorandum of understanding reauthorization has been discussed at a board workshop and will be brought back to the board on April 8th for action. And we're very fortunate to have Libby and Debbie here to not only highlight the components of the amazing work that is done within our teacher evaluation program, but also highlight the changes that are being recommended for the change in the MOU. And so I will turn it over to Libby.
Good evening. Every 2 years, we need to reauthorize our teacher evaluation and alt comp or Q comp memorandum of understanding. And we have chosen as a district to take those two separate statutes that govern those two programs and combine them into one program. So that is why we're looking at the memorandum of understanding as just a single document. Before we get into the specifics of what are being recommended for changes for the next 2-year period of time, we thought we'd take a little bit of time and talk about some of the program elements that are contained within our program and are defined through statute. As a reminder too, there is QComp funding that is 2/3 the state, 1/3 is levied by the district. It's about $262 per student that we end up receiving to fund this program. That pays for the 7 positions that are part of the program. It pays for all of the teacher incentives that are awarded through the program, and also is how we're funding our mentoring program currently for new teachers. So the program elements, three of the main ones that the teachers engage in the most are our professional growth plan, student learning goals, and site goals. The professional growth plans are the observations. All of our teachers, and when I say teachers, it's anyone who falls under the agreement between EME and the district. So that would include myself, my peer coaches, but also school social workers, school nurses, and all of our classroom teachers, including some of our preschool teachers this year, are eligible to participate as well. And so everyone is observed at least 3 times during the school year. Our non-probationary teachers are observed by the 6 peer coaches in the program. All our probationary teachers are observed by their building principals. When I say they're observed, a full observation cycle includes a pre-observation conference, a form that's completed and submitted by the teacher, the observation event, and then there's a post-observation conference with the teacher and the observer. Principals do have an event, complete one event in the 3rd year of every non-probationary teacher's process as well. All teachers, if they successfully complete their PGP, are eligible to earn a $1,448 incentive. Successful completion of the PGP is also an expectation for teachers to earn their step for the following year. And then we have the student learning goal. All of our teachers write a student learning goal, which is a SMART goal. That is supposed to last the entire year, focusing either on all their students or a targeted group of students that have been identified by data analysis in the fall. Those teachers that successfully implement their student learning goal are eligible to receive a $272 incentive in the spring. And then the final component is the site goal. And our site goals are the standardized test-based goal that is part of a site SIP plan. They just identify which of those SIP goals related to a standardized test will be used as their site goal. This year, those site goals have an incentive equal to $1. That was a reduction that was made for this academic year as we tried to make budget cuts last year to the program, which resulted in decreasing our number of coaches by 1 and then decreasing that incentive from $90 to $1. All of our teachers are evaluated using one of 2 rubrics. We have a classroom teacher rubric and a non-classroom teacher rubric. Both of those have 16 descriptors, standards of proficiency, and 3 levels of performance. Our principals and our peer coaches engage in teacher evaluation training throughout the year so that we can ensure that the program is implemented with fidelity and your performance rating isn't dependent upon who your observer is. So we try to flesh out some of that inter-rater reliability and program expectations in that training. And our peer coaches have all attended the 8-day Cognitive Coaching Foundation seminar, and we use cognitive coaching and reflection really as the basis of those pre-observation and post-observation conferences that our coaches are having with their teachers. So an example of our rubric is shown here. This is descriptor 16, which is identical with both our our non-classroom and our classroom rubrics. And you can see the standards of proficiency that are identified along with the 3 levels of performance. For a teacher to be marked at proficient, they do need to demonstrate proficiency on all of those standards of proficiency, either through observation or conversation with their evaluator. So in the board packet, you do have see a lot of survey results. Every spring, we do administer a program survey, and we really, I think, get amazingly great results, which really shows the degree to which our program is being implemented across sites with fidelity. To highlight 2, the 2 that are on the far right, which I know are hard to see. But when teachers were asked, my participation in the teacher evaluation program supported my professional growth as a teacher this year, 93.6% of teachers agreed or strongly agreed with that statement. And when asked, my participation in the teacher evaluation program supported my efforts to positively impact students' engagement, participation, and achievement this year, it was a 95.5% agree or strongly agree rate. And those responses, that response rate matches what we have historically gathered from the program as well. There is additional data in the board packet from those surveys, including some questions that we asked last spring related to the program change. And rather than read over some of the survey comments that I put in this packet, I'm going to turn it over to Debbie, who was a peer coach in the program for 6 years and has returned to the classroom as a special ed teacher at Concord, to share an example or two of the impact this has, our program has, on teachers and students in the district.
Okay. I'm Debbie Kringle. I'm a special ed teacher at Concord Elementary. I started in the district in 2001 in that role as a special ed teacher, and the last 6 years I was a peer coach, and now I'm back at Concord. And so, again, I'm here just to personalize the slideshow and tell you a little bit more about what it really means to experience peer coaching. And I think I can speak to that both as a teacher and as a peer coach. And so as a teacher, what I appreciate most about our district's teacher evaluation program is just this built-in opportunity to pause and to think and to breathe and just consider our work. It's just a built-in system. It's something we have to do as teachers. And honestly, like, it's all of us, like, as soon as you pull into the parking lot, any morning, like, you just go and you just do your job and do all the things in front of you and respond and prioritize, and we all do a great job at that. But we actually get better at our work when we have a chance to stop and think about our work and talk about our work and reflect on our work. And so I just, as a teacher, that's what I appreciate most, is that we're required to do this teacher evaluation work as employees of a public school system. But just having that forced pause to make us think about our work is just this moment of breath and opportunity to remind ourselves, oh yeah, I mostly know what I'm doing, or I know how to ask someone for help around what I'm doing. And so as a teacher, that's what I really appreciate about it. As a peer coach, I appreciated having a caseload of teachers for a full 3-year cycle, mostly. And that gave me time to establish trust with the teachers I worked with, to be a consistent support person, and to eventually get to those really vulnerable conversations that get at our beliefs about teaching and learning and who we want to be for our students. Our program framework, the descriptors that Libby was talking about, the rubrics, provided me with a common language I could use across grade levels, across jobs, across sites, to talk about best practice with teachers. I think the real power in this teacher evaluation program is that it is both, it's the ability to focus on both the personal and the system. The personal happens in all of those one-on-one conversations between a teacher and their coach about a lesson and the kids in front of them. But then when you step back, and this is kind of the part that amazes me, is when you step back and you think about, as a system, all of those conversations happening from early childhood through high school, across sites. I feel like that gives us a really strong metric that captures the high degree of skill and achievement and investment that our teachers have in the district. And I think Libby has more slides, but I can answer more questions if you have any.
To Debbie's point about the number of meetings, at one point I was tracking how many meetings the coaches were having. And at the end of the year, it was well over 5,400 meetings that were happening intentionally because of this program that weren't happening prior to QComp and teacher evaluation, which really is amazing when you think about the amount of individualized professional development that exists at any given time, in any day, in any building, because of these programs. So that brings us to reauthorization. So every 2 years, we do have to reauthorize the program, and it does need to be agreed upon by both the EME Governance Board, or approved by the EME Governance Board, and you as the Edina School Board. The timeline that I just went away from, we have been working on this since last spring, with that spring survey, where we did survey our teachers, identifying potential areas for change or to be reevaluated with this process. So we got some stakeholder feedback there. And then this fall, we've had an MOU reauthorization committee that has met with 3 EME members, myself, Debbie, Jason Doctor, and 3 district representatives, Jody DeSaint Hubert, Mike Protaski, and Chris Holden. And right now, we are in the process of bringing it to both boards for discussion and then action in March and April, because we do need to have it reauthorized by May 1st of this year. So the changes, the big changes that we are recommending or that are coming out of this committee, number one, adding specific language to our MOU focused on our Tier 1 and our Tier 2 licensed teachers. They're a unique group of teachers who actually aren't probationary and need a different pathway through our program than we currently have, because right now the program really just focuses on our traditional probationary teachers and then our non-probationary teachers. Reimagining what our mentoring and induction program can be. We are proposing to cut the PGP, or the Professional Growth Plan, observation incentives for our probationary teachers beginning next year. Current probationary teachers in the system would continue to receive the full incentive through these next 2 years. But probationary teachers moving forward would receive 25% of that incentive in year 1, 50% of the incentive in year 2, and 75% of the incentive in year 3. The savings from that reduction would be reinvested back into our mentoring and induction program that then in turn would benefit our new teachers. The hope is that we would be able to increase the compensation for our mentors, offering them more training opportunities both prior to mentoring and then during the school year as well. Changing the frequency and structure of our observation process for our non-probationary teachers is another recommendation. Last year we did, as I had said, we had to cut a peer coach for this academic year. So our peer coaches are working with upwards of 84 teachers and scheduling 3 observation events for the year is more challenging with more teachers. So we're proposing moving that to just 2 observation events during the year, a semester 1 event, a semester 2 event. And then instead of having a reflective conference as a separate event, and that's reflection on the implementation of new learning, that would happen once in the 3 years, during the 3-year cycle that teachers have. And then finally, we are proposing a lot of language changes just to bring the MOU in line with current practice and address some issues that have come up over the last 2 years. Some of this includes deadlines, clarity on the final performance ratings when we have multiple evaluators, and then clarifying our performance assistance levels. And the entire list of all of the proposed changes, especially all of those language changes, is there in that board packet, both with location of the MOU and then also the rationale for that change. And so with that, are there questions for us?
Board members, what questions or comments do you have?
I just wanted to thank you. You know, you had a great presentation at the work session. I think it was last month. So this is excellent. I'm assuming that EME and administration are working in collaboration to the changes, and I see on the schedule that EME's governance is going to be taking this up for action in March, and then it will come back to us for action in April.
Yes.
Do we see any reason why that's not going to happen?
No, when it was brought to EME in January for discussion, there were no objections to the proposals that were brought forth.
Excellent. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your attention to this, and thank you for coming tonight.
Thanks.
So fellow board members, I don't know if you've noticed, but it's already 9:05 and we have a lot of our agenda left. I think we need to vote to extend our meeting, and then I'd like to take a 5-minute recess. So we are chipper for the rest of our meeting. I would like to make a motion to extend our meeting until 11 o'clock.
Second.
All those in favor of extending our meeting till 11 o'clock, say aye.
Aye.
The motion is enthusiastically
didn't ask if there were any,
approved. Oh, I'm
opposi-
sorry, are there any nays? Sorry. The motion is approved, and then can we take a quick 5-minute recess? Thank you. Sorry for people waiting for us to talk about the budget. And I believe we have Dr. Anne Marie Leland, Community Education and Strategic Partnership Director, and Mert Woodard, Director of Finance and Operations, to present this item to us. And only Director Anne Marie Leland, or only Director Anne Marie Leland? Okay.
Good evening, Chair Allenberg, Superintendent Stanley, directors and community. We are here to talk about the elections in our schools. So a part of the agenda tonight has the information that went out to all of the schools that are the selected sites. And those sites are Concord, Cornelia, Countryside, Highlands, and Southview Middle School. There are 5 elections that will be taking place in our schools. March 5th, April 30th, May 14th, August 13th, November 5th. You'll note that 3 of those dates, the March, April, and May, are during school days. The August 13th is not. We do not have students in our buildings, and November 5th is a holiday without any students. That communication also outlines that a school may not prohibit the use of a building as a polling place, and that is in statute. The communication goes on to make sure that our principals know who to contact for any questions, concerns they have. But this is the city of Edina working with us and choosing us to be their polling locations. On that second page is the things that we need to make sure we're doing. We've got a team in place on community education since we are the designated office for facilities. We are working with the city directly to make sure the city clerk and deputy clerk know that we uphold and are very concerned about our student safety and want to make sure that is the top priority when it comes to having anything going on during a school day. And certainly, as the community education director, I also have concerns about our out-of-school time programming. So what we're doing is, there is a checklist on that second page. We'll be doing each of those things. We have site visits this week. In fact, with all 5 sites, the city clerk and the deputy clerk will be out measuring spaces, making sure that the rooms or locations within the buildings are able to be secured and able to be monitored by the election judge that is assigned to that site. In talking with the principals, I met with them today, and Dr. Smalzall, Tyler Morris-Reese, who is on my facilities team, and Julie Gabrielson, who is a coordinator within the community education department. We met today just to go over, again, the logistics, and that we will confirm that we will have radios handed to the election judges once they come in and are a part of the team during the day. So they'll have radios. It'll be switched to the custodial channel. So they'll be able to talk back and forth if there's any concerns. We will have staff assigned to monitor all the logistics of that day, and the administration will be closely monitoring the situation as well. So they will be right there, making sure the flow of people in and out is appropriate. Talking with Principal Karen Bergman, she has had many years of this work and polling places in our schools. I don't know how many years exactly, but I think there's quite a few. And she assured me that this has been common practice and that they're a well-oiled machine at Countryside, so we are following the protocol that they're using and standardizing that across all of the schools. Southview is unique in that it has a separate entrance. And going forward, I was able to work with the city clerk, Sharon Allison, to combine locations for Concord and Southview to poll at the Edina Community Center City Gym for the April date going forward. And I will continue to work closely. We have a great collaboration and a very good connection with the city to just continue to explore other options as well. But there are not, as Director Woodard said earlier today, there are just not very many public places in our community to have elections. So with that, that was a lot of talking at you. I'm sorry about that. Do you have any questions, or Mert, did you want to add anything? I'm sorry, Director Woodard.
Board members, what questions or comments do you have?
Oh, sure, go ahead. It's okay. So in addition to the security issues within our school, having been the parent who was the hall monitor for voters on several occasions, one of the issues that we also face is the traffic flow and patterns outside of our school.
Absolutely.
We consistently had people who aren't familiar with the traffic patterns. I wouldn't know the traffic pattern if I went to a different elementary school of, people driving the wrong way through the one-way loop, or we had someone drive across our basketball court once to get close to the gym door. Will we have people outside directing or signage or anything for the flow of traffic?
We will certainly have signage, and to just note your concern and observation, we will make sure we have proper protocol outside. Thank you.
I just have another question. So today, secure was placed in some of the schools just
Yes.
because of an incident in the community. Should that happen on a voting day, do we have it in our ability to follow through with
Yes.
our security protocol and lock down our building?
Yes, they are our buildings, and we have ultimate control over what those buildings need to be in terms of our safety protocol. Yep.
Go ahead, Director Gabler.
Great question. And to add off of that, where we will have people voting, are we able to secure our students in an area where they will not cross with voters?
That is our extreme hope. So one of the things that we'll be doing, of course, Countryside with its nice vestibule area that is new, that will be completely separate. Highlands team is working tomorrow together to make sure they can figure out the best location possible. Cornelia, again, well-oiled machine. Principal Masika has a plan that will absolutely mitigate as much as possible. By law, we have to have separation, so no matter what, we will ensure that to the best of our ability.
Great. And I appreciate the work that's gone into this, because I know this has been a lot of work on your part and on your team. I appreciate that you are continuing to work with them to figure out alternatives, and the example you gave about Concord for April is a great example of that, and I encourage you to continue with finding alternative options. For anyone that is listening tonight and concerned about this, I think we recognize that the district has made steps in the last several years to not hold school on the November election day. And so, as this document that you shared with us says, we do not have, if we are asked to give up our schools as a polling place, we have to, by law, give them up. So if people are concerned about this, they should be contacting their city council to express those concerns and ask for them to investigate other options to hold as polling places. And I just wanted to make sure that that is very clear, that this is, we don't get to decide if our schools are used or not.
Correct.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I would just like to add on to that, in addition to those that represent us at the state, since it's a state law dictating this.
Two quick comments. One is, it's an extraordinary moment that we have 5 elections in this short period of time, which is
Correct.
an aberration. We would not typically have that even in a presidential election year. So that makes it a little bit more even weighted in the terms of how much touch points it has for us. That's number one. And then number two is that with our Raptor security system that we have implemented at all of our buildings, clearly that wouldn't be used for people who are voting, but my question would be is if you still had outside people who are not there for voting, would they still be required to use the Raptor system to gain other access to the rest of the secure part of the buildings?
Always.
Thank you.
And the election judges and any part of the election team will be raptored in. Yep.
So my question is additional question around security, and I appreciate the genesis of this law and why it's important to have public facilities for voting. It's unfortunate that our society has changed so rapidly that our schools are now not considered safe, and parents, rightfully so, like me, do not want the general public traipsing through their facilities for voting. Being said, like Karen said, we don't really have a choice. My specific question and concern is around what we do to actually secure the separation between the two. Some of our facilities, it's a lot easier than others. You mentioned like Southview. In the past, we've utilized administration or volunteers. Thank you, Cheryl, for doing that. I'm uncomfortable with putting volunteers in our administration in the position of basically being security guards. They do that enough on a daily basis. They're put in that position. If God forbid something happened, I just don't feel that it's right for us to basically have them be that barrier between voting and the schools. And so I would advocate for, if we need to like either hire private security, to ask the police to help, whatever we can do to not have that responsibility fall on the shoulders of either volunteers or administrators. So.
Thank you. And I just do want to make sure, one of the things that has been suggested back and forth is having parents be volunteers, and that will not be happening this time around. And I just appreciate the feedback. And as we continue to investigate the logistics and the safety protocol this week, we can certainly make that assessment and those determinations.
Thank you. And thank you for your work. I know this is not also what you were necessarily hired to do, so I appreciate it, and I appreciate all the thoughtfulness and what was put upon us in keeping our students safe, but making them accessible for polling places.
May I just add that even though our Legislative Action Committee agenda and our sort of priorities have already been established for the year, this might be something that we might want to extend further, both as a district and for the board, and including with the city, to say, hey, we need some evolution on this area. And it's not going to come from solely just Edina trying to figure this out. This is going to need to be something at the state level to recognize where we're at with that. So just a thought to my colleagues at the other end of the table, that we might want to consider, and given that we're going to be at the Capitol on the 5th, if I'm not mistaken, it's a good way to plug that, that we might want to recommend that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We're going to move on to our preliminary cost containment recommendations. That's last, isn't it? Sorry, yeah, you're right. Okay. For fiscal year 2025.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the school board. Here tonight to present to you our preliminary cost containment recommendations for fiscal year 2025. I have a short agenda for you tonight. First of all, we're going to review how we got here, give the members of the audience and school board a review and recap of where the recommendation was derived. We're going to talk about our process for how we determine which cost containment recommendations are brought forward to the school board for consideration. We're actually going to go through our cost containment recommendations line by line, providing the amounts and also a description of what those containments would be and if any changes to our operations occur as a result of those changes. And then we're going to outline any next steps. So before I begin to speak about fiscal year 2025, I'll take you back to fiscal year 2024, which we're obviously currently operating. At that time, we assumed that there would be additional expenditures above revenues to the tune of $4 million. That became our cost containment recommendation for the current school year. We were able to address all of those needs locally, assuming that the state would not appropriate any additional funds above the 2% that they historically did. So we kind of took care of our problem on our own and decided to allow the state to actually come through with historic funding before we deployed those funds into our school district's budget. We're proud to report that 80% of those containments were concentrated outside of the classroom and outside of instructional areas, a trick that over time will become less and less likely to be repeated as we become leaner and more efficient outside of the classroom. In the end, state did come through with historic funding. The school district received an additional $5 million above what it anticipated. The school board, subsequent to that, decided to deploy those funds to staff compensation. School board was informed as to what that would do to our financial structure going forward, and that's a strategic decision made by the school board, supported by the administration. And that brings us to our cost containment for fiscal year 2025, where we believe that we will need to constrain the budget by at least $2.56 million to be at the board minimum of 6%. However, at the January 8th school board meeting, the district administration's recommendation is to contain the budget to the tune of $3.62 million, bringing the unassigned fund balance to 6.9%, which is where we ended fiscal year 2023. A containment of $4.27 million was also presented, an option that ultimately the administration did not recommend to the school board. Since this is not a funding year going forward, we're anticipating that state appropriations will return to historic norms, adjusted for inflation. We do know that the general education formula will be adjusted for inflation going forward, however, at a cap of 3%, and I'm quite certain that for fiscal year 26, it will be in the region of 2.2 to 2.3% as inflation comes down. It's important to recognize that this isn't a one-year containment. These containments are meant to sustain the school board's budget for the next 2 years at least, hopefully more. The containment option of $2.56 million, which I think we'll discuss a little bit later, only buys the school district about 1 year of financial stability. After that, we'd need to do significant cuts once again. The process for determining what containments we bring to the school board, we're part of the BERG process, budget reduction, reallocation, and revenue generation. This is a pretty intense and intimate process where we engage with a variety of stakeholders, including staff, parents, students, various committees, senior leadership, et cetera. We kicked off that process with a virtual or a recorded video that was sent to a number of stakeholders. We held 7 different kind of town hall meetings, information sessions, and feedback gathering sessions at our various school sites. We recorded a live virtual session video that was sent again to for all community a number of stakeholders. We held 7 also conducted different kind of town hall meetings, surveys, information sessions, and feedback gathering sessions going to be reviewed by our various school sites. We recorded a live virtual session video that was again for all community a number of stakeholders. We also conducted different kind of town hall meetings, surveys, information sessions, and feedback gathering sessions going to be reviewed by our various school sites. We recorded a live virtual session video that was again for all.
Just really hard to try to make a choice between 2 of the worst decisions. And we realize that, I want to say that in no way, shape, or form are these recommendations meant to diminish the value of any of the individuals who would be reflected here. And then it's not to minimize your dedication. It's not to minimize the contributions that are made in the district. So as we go through these, I know it can be hard to hear these items. But we're going to start out with information that we received from the Thought Exchange. Thought Exchange is the way that we garner information in addition to the BERG staff. We did have some staff attend the BERG sessions out in buildings and in departments that we went to. And we use the Thought Exchange for individuals to submit their ideas as well. Now, in the original packet, in the original board that we went to, the information that was submitted thought exchange for individuals to submit their ideas was specifically now, in the original packet, the top 10 responses for the board that we went to, the information and we used the thought exchange for individuals to submit their ideas was shared at work session. Now, in the original, it was changed earlier. I did notify you. The top 10 responses for the board that we went to, the information and we used the thought exchange for individuals to submit their ideas was shared at work session. Now, in the original, it was changed earlier. I did notify for individuals to go in and put their thoughts in, their ideas in, around cost containment. And then the other individuals actually rate those ideas 1 to 5 stars. So there's, on one hand, 192 thoughts that were put in. We had about 300, just over 300 staff members participate across units. This is just not for teachers. This is across units. So this includes our bus drivers. It includes our custodial staff. It is everyone. And 192 thoughts were put in, and there were thoughts that we'll go over that were ranked the highest in a moment. But first, what I've added in is the top common responses from participants. Now, Thought Exchange uses AI. It's not Chat GPT, but it's something similar to that Thought Exchange uses. And so using AI, it goes through and it looks for themes in the information, and then it will pull out a thought that was related to a theme. And so the top 10 common responses are on the screen there. I know it's a little bit hard to read, but please go back to the board packet because you'll be able to read it more deeply. Ranges from number 1, common responses from all participants, get rid of focusing on student prep option, all the way to number 9, re-examine necessity of board and director level positions and their cost. And number 10, offer more community and adult education and kid classes to increase funds. In between there are a variety of things that focus on the retirement age, preserving teacher salaries, increasing revenue through third-party reimbursement. So those were the top 10 common responses. Again, out of the whole 192, these are the themes that came through. And then I'm going to go to the next slide. And this was the original slide that was put in along with the word cloud that was put into the board packet. And this was based on having a strong understanding of school finance. So on the other slide, increasing revenue through third-party reimbursement was number 2. On this slide, it moves up to number 1. And again, it goes all the way down to number 9, create efficiencies in the delivery of services, can save money and create a cleaner schedule, to decrease administrative, number 10, decrease administrative positions who are the furthest from direct student impact. Many roles in the district office do not seem to directly impact teachers or students. And once again, in between there was information about preserving teacher salaries, really looking at extracurriculars, looking at enrollment in classes, and re-examining necessity of board, director level positions cost, which is number 6. So then the other way that Thought Exchange looks at data is by how thoughts are ranked. So again, first of all, there's 192 thoughts. AI goes through, looks for the common thoughts of all those 192. Another way is the thoughts that are ranked. What are the top thoughts that are ranked? And so here, I added this in here. It's really small because I wanted to really use a screenshot right out of Thought Exchange. but you'll see that thoughts are ranked from 4.6 down to 4.4. The first thought, top ranked thought, teachers and support staff are crucial to directly impacting students and their growth. Cuts should not impact these positions. And then moving from there, the thoughts were related, do we need all of the new cabinet positions that have been created in the last few years? You know, I will say that I did have 4 retirements on my cabinet. Those positions are not new. They are just people who are new to those positions. There is one new position, and Mert's going to talk about that. That position was created via a reorganization, so merging 2 positions together in order to create one really important position that we need in our district that's overseeing several programs. And there's a cost savings to that. Mert will go over that in just a bit. A lot about looking at DO positions, decreasing administration, assistant directors, all of that information is in there. And I wanted to make certain that those top 10 ranked comments were present within the information as well. So hopefully, as I've explained it, you can understand, see how there can be common responses, top 10, that are different than necessarily the top 10 that were ranked by staff who went in and did the ranking. So, let me see here. We are going to move into the actual recommendations for the cost containments. And again, it's a difficult decision all around. And please do not see this as not valuing positions, which I know would be very difficult, but not valuing the role or the people who hold those roles.
Thank you, Dr. Stanley. Just like to reiterate that we do understand this is a very sensitive subject and personal, local, and immediate, as you like to say, for many of our staff. We've tried very hard to keep cost containments, not budget cuts. The school district will spend more money next school year than it does this year, so we like to use containment. We have concentrated 59.65% of those containments into non-programmatic areas of the school district, and we'll continue to try and do that as best as possible. As I go through the different cost containment recommendation items, I will call upon various colleagues who are content area experts that can speak with a little bit more clarity around some of the recommendations than I can. So the first containment recommendation is a reduction of 1 full-time equivalent of district administrative staff to the tune of $243,450. This reduction would not materially impact school district operations in any way. The remaining duties would be spread across the remaining administrative staff. Last school year, the district decided to not fill a vacancy in the business services office to the tune of 1 full-time equivalent. That will cost about $90,600 next school year. We anticipated bringing that position back so that we could continue to be the most prudent stewards of the district's funds. However, due to the fact that we prioritize aiming containments outside of the classroom, we think it's appropriate to continue to defer that rehiring of this position, and we'll make do in the business services office as best as possible. And I'd like to also illustrate kind of a real world example regarding how lean we are operationally and administratively. A neighboring school district that's no more complex than we are, serves the same amount of students, currently staffs 12 FTE in their business office, while we have just the 8 providing the same level of service, if not better, than that school district. This containment relates to the staff reorganization that Dr. Stanley mentioned, our multilingual learner programming and achievement and integration program leadership. We were super lucky to find a staff member that has a very high level of expertise that's not easy to procure in this labor market, that's going to lead both of those programs. The elimination of 2 other positions and the creation of this one actually yields the district an additional $7,300 of fund balance, and that will continue to grow over time as those other 2 positions don't grow with inflation as they otherwise would have. The school board and office of the superintendent are allocated discretionary budgets, much like our various school sites, budgets that are utilized to advance the district's vision, mission, and strategic direction. Things such as our wellness initiatives, surveys to staff and families, professional memberships that the school district has with very vital partnerships throughout the state, legal fees, things of that nature. We think that we can do a pause of about $150,000 for at least next school year, and we'll have to reevaluate how that affects the school district's operations going forward. But we feel pretty comfortable that we can make those deferments. Deferral of capital expenditures. This is one that came up last school year. School sites receive about $260,000 in the aggregate from our operating capital fund, and we paused that for this school year. There hasn't been that much disruption, none that I've heard of anyway, and so we think we can do that again next school year, again without materially disrupting the school district. Furthermore, we think we can defer certain capital expenditures and acquisitions in our transportation, buildings and grounds departments to the tune of $245,000 to $275,000. Unfortunately, assets do fail sometimes unexpectedly, and we'll have to replace those if and when that happens. However, this time we have no indication that that will occur. The teaching and learning department also deferred curriculum purchases to the tune of $100,000 this school year. We think we can continue that for a further fiscal year. I believe that all of these deferrals, as I like to call them, need to come back for fiscal year 2026, absent any new financing sources that we might have access to. My colleagues will begin to come to the podium at this time. We have a $50,000 recommendation to reduce our professional development budget. This is one that's not going to have any impact at all on classes or classrooms. And Director D. St. Hubert might want to speak to that more eloquently than I can.
I'll just reiterate that we feel strongly that we're able to make this cut just by aligning some of our resources and providing some efficiencies. We have some Title II dollars, which also provide professional development, and so just getting tight about what we're using in what areas, and really just taking a pause and step back from asking teachers to do some additional work that would be time card pay. So agreed that that will not have a large impact. It will have no impact directly on our classroom, and we'll continue to do the great work we're doing in professional development.
Medical bill reconciliation is actually a revenue generating item. The school district currently offers medical insurance to all of its employees, of course. A third-party administrator currently performs reconciliation duties. We are fortunate to have a high level of expertise and competence within our human resources department, and we're going to begin doing that in-house, and that will save us the $48,615 with no disruption, I might add. Student support personnel aid, $161,000. This is a new funding source the lawmakers put into place during the 2023 legislative session. This must be used to hire additional licensed counselors, psychologists, social workers, or nurses. We, in fact, employ multiple of each of these positions, and so this money will be used to support whichever model continues in the future. Athletic events and raising fees is something that's a recurring topic, something that's come through all of our surveys as well as our in-person Berg sessions. If we were to align our ticket fees for students and families, so increasing by $1 to match the Lake Conference, based on historical volume, a couple of years of trend data, we're able to generate an additional $23,000 of revenue for the school district. That's one that has there's a cap on how much we can do. However, I don't think our stadiums are filled to capacity. So if you can tell 20 people, as Dr. Stanley says, and they'll tell 20 people, we might derive more revenue here. Participation fees for athletics and activities is also an area we looked at. As I found out recently, we haven't increased fees in about 4 years. An average $15 increase per participant across 18 135 participants will yield an additional $27,000. Students and families who are under hardship and unable to pay will still have access to participate fully. Those will be reimbursed by other sources. High school parking fees is also one that came up several times throughout the Berg process. We currently have 330 spots at our high school. We're charging $300 per year to park. Increasing that to $450, so $150 additional per spot will yield the district $49,500. That seems like a sizable increase. However, over the last 16 years, there's been no increase. Had that fee increased by an average of about 2.5% over those 16 years, we'd currently be charging around the $450. So we think a right sizing and realignment is kind of overdue. Transportation is an area where we are constantly looking at being more efficient without disrupting the current service model. Drivers retire each year. Some have attrition to other reasons. As we continue to investigate our routing and how efficient we are, we've discovered that some routes perhaps can be rerouted without any disruption to the family. And so as drivers retire and we become more efficient with our routing, we think that we can leave vacant, rather, 2 positions within our driving staff, again, with no disruption to families. So that's a savings of nearly $80,000. Class size midpoint open enrollment is a revenue generating item. Last school year, the school board directed the administration to staff our kindergarten, first and second grade cohorts closer to the lower end of the school board's desired class size ranges. At kindergarten, for example, that's 20 to 24, I believe. The midpoint obviously would be 22 in that case. This school year, our average class is lower than that. Were we to add an additional 29 to 32 students at the kindergarten through second grade level, we would still maintain fidelity towards those desired class size ranges while bringing in, I'm skipping forward here, additional revenue. The $215,000, I'll speak to that a little bit. That's the net increase of revenue. We would derive more than that with 30 students. However, due to the ever-changing and more complex learning profiles, we found that as students enroll in the district, we might need to add additional staff, be it due to IEP requirements or other requirements that we're obligated to fulfill. And so we've prorated the revenue increase by about 40%. So we're comfortable with that figure. Licensed staffing efficiency is another thing we look at constantly. The school board, as previously mentioned, provides the administration with desired class size ranges. Sometimes staffing is inefficient, where we staff at a higher rate than the class size indicates it should be, particularly at the middle school level. If you'll remember last school year, as the school district transitioned from a true junior high model to more of a middle school model, so the 9th grade moving over to the high school, the staffing was not necessarily realigned in previous school years. We did make that adjustment last school year for this school year. Not 100% efficient. We still have about 1.6 FTE hanging out there. So we'll right size that for next school year. Additionally, sometimes students move into the district. There's movement that's unanticipated, and class sizes at the elementary level go above those ranges. And when that happens, the school board may direct the administration to hire additional staff and split those classes so that they're within the range. That happened at a couple of our schools last year and this year. As those cohorts move through the grades and those class sizes become larger, we're able to eliminate staff and still be within our desired class size ranges. So we'll do that at the elementary level for next school year. That's a savings of about $307,000, 2.6 FTE, 1 at the elementary, 1.6 at the middle school. Student support services, we believe we can leave vacant certain unfilled positions to the tune of $2.8 million, as well as reorganizing other positions. That's going to save the district about $300,000. In terms of how that works operationally and what our model looks like, Director of Student Support Services, Jody Remsing, can speak to that before Dr. Stanley makes a comment.
So I believe it's an adjustment of 2.8 FTE, not $2.8 million.
That's an important distinction. Thank you.
The cost containments that are being recommended from Student Support Services would be a 1.0 FTE position at Edina High School working on 504 plans. This position became vacant this fall, and we've had a difficult time permanently filling the position. We currently have a temporary part-time person who's been assisting with those duties. Next year, we will be able to fulfill those duties with existing staff at Edina High School. The other positions we have a .1 Adaptify Ed teacher, again, through attrition, through retirement. .2 occupational therapist. This would be a position, a portion of FTE from a staff that has taken a leave and has said that that has worked for them and they would like to reduce their position to that amount. We had an unfilled school psychologist position this year of .5 FTE. We've been able to get by this year, and so moving that one forward, again, it would be through attrition. Staff wouldn't be personally affected. And then a 1.0 deaf, hard of hearing teacher. We currently have a great model in the district, but it's expensive. There are other models that exist where special education teachers could provide case management, and deaf, hard of hearing teachers would be a part of the team instead of providing service to all areas. So those would be areas for cost savings within our department.
Do you want us to ask questions or comment now or wait till the end?
I think we should follow a similar format to the work session.
Okay, I have a question, which you answered earlier, but I'm going to ask it again since this will be recorded. Could you please explain for the 504 coordinator who will pick up the work for that position?
Sure. So in all of our buildings, we work together with our building principals to really designate staff who will be able to fulfill 504 case management responsibilities. So throughout our district, we have school social workers that are fulfilling those roles in the elementary and also the middle school. And talking with the principal at the high school, we're looking at social workers and school counselors, our student support services team, taking on kind of breaking up all of the different 504 plans so that they would be evenly distributed or in a way that he determines would work best for his team. So we would go from one person having them all to having a variety of people.
Thank you for that. When you talk about it being personal and immediate, having a student that has graduated that had a 504 plan at the high school, I'm a little concerned about this particular, well, all of these are very concerning, but obviously when it's something you have experience with, it's very easy to illustrate in your own mind. But this one in particular, I'm just concerned about the volume of students that we have that have 504s at the high school. The difficulty that we have at times, just because of the high school schedule, it's hard to parse them out and adherence all across all the students, all the different classes. So I'm a little concerned about getting rid of this and making sure that we have adherence to the 504s and putting more on our counselors' plate and then taking away time from our counselors. It's clearly not an ideal scenario. And so that, I just wanted to articulate that, which you already know. So, but I thought I'd be remiss if I didn't articulate that, so.
I just wanted to make a observation related to the deaf, hard of hearing position, and then adding more to a special education teacher's plate from a case management perspective, who are already spilling over. I just want to make sure that that's very thoughtful. To echo what Chair Hallenberg said, having personal experience with just caseloads and different things, I just want it to be a very thoughtful consideration as you're looking at that change.
We appreciate your concern for students with disabilities. Thank you.
The talent development leadership of the school district has been analyzing our current model. We believe that we can adjust our staffing allocation to the tune of 0.2 full-time equivalents across our 6 elementaries, yielding an adjustment of 1.2 FTE, or roughly $177,500. Director D. St. Hubert is here to speak about the impact to the programming.
So as we think about talent development and cost containment, we're looking specifically in the area of our Curiosity Lab. The 0.2 is there in place for Curiosity Lab to look for and find talent in all of our students. And we are able to maintain that purpose with the administration of the COGAT for all students in 2nd grade. So the FTE, again, is primarily Curiosity Lab, potentially a little bit of Young Scholars, but it won't go, the FTE won't go into any of our math or reading programming. And we feel very strongly in teaming and working with our talent development team that we will be able to maintain the vision and purpose of our programming.
Oh, sorry, I had one question for you. So as the COGAT potentially identifies more children who would be in our talent development program, would we still be able to service those kids?
The COGAT will be identifying talents and strengths in all kids. And so what we are doing, and we're very dedicated to doing, is working with classroom teachers so that they understand the unique strengths of other students with more depth. Our teachers know our students very well and are very good at recognizing strengths and talents, but this will give them a specific area. And then in instruction in the Tier 1 classroom, we will be providing professional development to tap into that. It will also be part of our portfolio to help identify more students who might need specific service in math and reading, but it is definitely not intended to be used as the only way of identifying more students. And we're continuing to evolve programming all the time to do our best and commit to making sure we are servicing students. Other questions?
Our next set of cost containment recommendations need to be viewed as options that perhaps may not be compatible with other reductions or containments. One such example is the licensed media specialist adjustment that's being proposed. Currently, the school district staffs 9 full-time media specialists, so 1 for each of our sites. The recommendation is to move to a model that staffs 4.5 district-wide in whatever assortment that might look like in the future. That would save the district roughly $532,000. Director of Media and Technology Services, Natasha Monsas-Daly, is here to speak about the impacts.
Good evening, Chair Ellenberg, Dr. Stanley, and members of the board. So as Director Woodard said, the proposal on the table is for a reduction of 4.5 media specialists, and that is in the option A category. As you also know, there's an option B category where media specialists would become a part of the elementary rotation. And I just want to point out that option A can't be selected if option B is going to be selected. So these are either or choices in this matter. In this model, as Director Woodard said, we would reduce our media specialists by 4.5. We would continue to have a 0.5 media assistant in each building, which is currently what we have, and a 1.0 technology para in each building, which is what we currently have. One of the things to point out, because I do think it's important for people to understand, is that last spring legislation did pass a law that does require the state to have 1 full-time FTE licensed media specialist in our district, and we do have that. This model would obviously be above and beyond that, but we are meeting that compliance there. And I welcome any questions you might have.
My question is more for Director Woodard. We were able to discuss this at the work session, but if you would please talk a little bit about the 2021, what we refer to as the tech levy. Because at the time when voters voted on that, one of the items that was advertised under that was that our media specialist with 1 in each building was one of the selling points. And so can you explain a little bit about of why we're seeing this cut in that area?
Absolutely, Director Gabler, thanks for the question. I'll start actually in 2011, which is when the technology levy, as we know it, kind of came into existence. We did have a capital projects levy in the school district prior to that. However, 2011 saw a massive increase. Prior to that, we were generating about $1 million from our local taxpayers. Voters voted in favor of increasing that to about $4.5 million in 2011. At that time, the ballot language was specific regarding the additional investments the school district would make. With that funding, media specialists, licensed media specialists were not listed among those. So when voters went to the poll booth and reviewed the ballot language, those items were not there. In 2021, same, the ballot language did not include those. There were communications made by the school board and administration at that time. Some of those individuals are no longer here. I certainly was not. That promoted licensed media specialists being funded out of this funding source. Actually not allowed by state statute, Minnesota 126C.10 subdivision 14 prescribes 27 different uses of operating capital revenue, which is the same as the capital projects levy. Only difference is voter approval versus non-voter approval. However, it is possible that the school board and administration at that time identified emerging technology needs that were paid out of the general fund that would simply be shuffled into the increased capital projects levy, freeing up space for media specialists. I can't speak for the individuals that were there at the time. I can simply give you my interpretation of the law as the chief financial officer of the school district, and licensed media specialists are not one of those uses of funds.
Thank you for that explanation. And I'm assuming, knowing that history that you were not here for, you have looked at ways for us to move. You are excellent at this, Director Woodard, finding revenue streams, and you have investigated if there is any way that we can work within that tech levy to reshuffle things and stay within the law. I'm not going to ask you to break the law.
Absolutely, I have. It's important to note that the capital projects levy funds a number of different items, not just our potentially media specialists. Those emerging needs continue to rapidly change. For example, in 2011, when the tech levy basically came into existence in the school district, cybersecurity was not really a concern, right? School districts across the nation are facing multi-million-dollar ransomware attacks. Luckily, the school district has in place a robust cybersecurity posture, excellent staff, additional insurance. All of that costs a lot of money. The school district has deferred for years enhancements, upgrades, and replacements for its security camera systems. Those are going to cost upwards of $700,000 to replace. We have other physical security needs that are eligible for capital projects levy use that we're currently not doing. Again, we don't have a stable funding source at this time to address those, so those are deferred into the future. And again, we're going to continue to staff licensed media specialists. A total reduction is not being recommended. In fact, it would be unlawful to do so. And so we're trying to fit more pieces into the puzzle while the puzzle is not really expanding as much as we would like to.
On that note, given that the legislation that now provides for at least one media specialist for a district, how much money was the state actually providing to fund one or more specialists for a district?
Yeah, so the new legislation, and this is going to be a set dollar amount for however long the state decides it to be, $16.11 per adjusted pupil unit. We serve about 9,450 adjusted pupil units. That's roughly $152,000 of revenue, which we'll use to support the, at this moment in time for this school year, more than $1 million of staff compensation that we outlay for our media specialist staff.
Thank you. And to, again, reiterate, we currently have 9. Correct. And we've had 9 for how long? If you had to estimate.
A long time?
A long time, right? Before it was legally required to have any.
Correct.
To my understanding.
Yes. So, as I was discussing with someone when we had our recess, we're starting here. The state is down here, is only just now got on the playing field. And our challenge is that from a financial standpoint, because we have $3.6 million that we're trying to figure out what to do with, it's not that we're not providing services, but we're having to make very difficult decisions as to how do we right size things. Nobody wants to take it from 9 down to anything lower than 9, but we're struggling to figure out where we're going to find, at least in this category, $500,000+, give or take, from where we're trying to go. And if we can't do it in media specialists, then we have to find it somewhere else. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Absolutely. I don't think you could have laid it out any more perfectly.
I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
One concern I have about this topic is our ability to teach our students the digital literacy standards. And I'm concerned about having one media specialist for 2 sites, if they'll be able to do the curriculum across 6 grades, 2 sites. Because it's not just digital literacy, it's quite a few other things our media center specialists do. So I wonder if you could speak to that, given this day and age and how important a lot of those skills are for our students.
Yeah, obviously extremely important, as Director Woodard even alluded to, cybersecurity. We know that we'll have to, really take a look at our media programming and make sure that we are, sorry, there's something in my eyeball. Well, we'll really have to take a look at our curriculum and may prioritize those efforts and make sure that we are able to hit those standards. What we do know is that we have several examples of other districts to look at and to understand how that model is still being employed, because regardless of what number of media specialists that we have in our district, we still have an obligation to meet those standards. So we will do that regardless of what the model looks like.
The alternative to an adjustment of our media specialist staff is actually to maintain all 9 FTE and make them part of the rotation at the elementary level, meaning they would take the place to some degree of music and physical education time for students. It's not a straight 1.0 reduction across the elementary sites. Our elementary sites are different in size. They offer a different number of sections, so the reduction we believe is closer to 4.1 FTE rather than a 6, something we'll continue to analyze. 2 of our resident experts at the elementary level are here to speak about what that looks like programmatically and the experience for students.
So to start with what the current reality is, currently in an elementary school week, a student has Phy-Ed twice a week for 45 minutes, music twice a week for 45 minutes, art once a week for 60 minutes, and then a media time that's in addition to that, that isn't a prep period for classroom teachers. PE, music, and art do provide prep for teachers. The hope or the suggestion to move to a 4-day rotation instead of a 5-day-a-week rotation would be Phy-Ed for 45 minutes, music for 45 minutes, art for 45 minutes, and then media would be 45 minutes. So media would become load-bearing as opposed to an additional teacher on site, thus the savings of the money. It does decrease PE and music time. Art time stays pretty consistent because currently it's just once a week.
First of all, thank you, Principal Dahlquist and Bergman, for staying so late. It's already been a very long day for both of you. And also thank you for your service, considering that you've already announced your retirements at the end of the year. So I just wanted to go on record to say thank you for all that you've done so far. We had a very detailed conversation in the work session. I'm not trying to go back through all of that again. But for the people who didn't get to visit with that, the whole point of this is trying to figure out how to take, from a specialty standpoint, we're taking into that the 4 different areas that we talked about, from PE, music, the media specialist, and art, that we're expanding from there. The total reduction in actual student engagement in those 4 subjects, can you just qualify that a little bit for the audience?
The students are going to receive a specialist time each day, no matter which option we have. It's a mix of what will that option look like. In the current rotation, they see music and physical education twice as often as they see art and media. In the new plan, they would still see physical education, music, art, and then now media as a part of that rotation. So kind of an equalization of all four areas rather than one being greater than the other. So the amount of instructional time during the day will be the same in both options. It will just be a matter of what is that mix that we're going to provide for them. The amount of time each day over that week's period of time is going to be essentially the same outside of their regular classroom. The idea of making media specialists load-bearing is very similar to what our art, physical education, and music folks are doing right now, in that they're providing the preparation time for our classroom teachers.
Just for clarification, when you say the amount of time, can you describe what you mean? Are you saying the amount of time that FIED teachers and music teachers would have with students are the same? Or are you saying that it is the block of specialist time that would be the same?
Thank you for asking that clarifying question. Yeah, it's the latter. One of the questions that was asked during our work session earlier was, how will this make the time during the student day different? Will there be more time outside of the classroom or within that? So that I was thinking of that as I responded. So the amount of time that kids will have access to the specialist team will be the same in their day to day as it would be in that new configuration.
Would it be correct to state that it will go from, for vocal music and PE, twice every 10 days? Twice every 5 days to twice every 8 days? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I did the math correct, thank you.
Yes.
And then really quick, one other question that came up, but I thought was really important to articulate, was the impact of prep time for the teachers. That as the specialist time that we have today, some of that specialist time is used for prep time for teachers to work on certain things. What would be the impact if we went to this new rotation model? What impact, if any, would there be on the prep time for the classroom teacher?
For the classroom teachers, their amount of prep time would be the same. In that we're required to give them a particular number of minutes based on their student contact each day. So that will stay the same because they will still have a scheduled preparation time when their students are at specialist class. One of the things that we had talked about earlier this evening was just the fact that depending on which building it's at, it might look a little bit different as far as their ability to connect with grade level colleagues during a common preparation time. One of the things that we had also talked about earlier is the fact that at each of our elementary buildings, we have 3 buildings that are at 23 or 24 sections within their building, and that's super easy to schedule when you have a 4-day schedule, such as what's being recommended. 3 of our buildings, Countryside, Normandale, and Concord, have greater than 24 sections, so we'll need parts of some specialist teachers to make sure that we have equal access for all of our sections.
So I just wanted to clarify, because it's really late. There would be 4 specials under this proposal, but in a 5-day week, there would be a special every day. The cycle would just start over on day 5. So there would be gym twice a week, or music, or art, or media, depending on the week.
Correct. Instead of running on a Monday through Friday schedule, we would be running on day 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. The nice thing about that is when you have a week where maybe there's a Monday holiday or not class on Friday or whatever it might be, and that way kids have that constant rotation, and they don't have some weeks where, oh, I didn't get music this week, or I didn't get art this week. In that way, that's one plus to either schedule.
Thank you for the presentation and for being here to speak to this. Director Woodard, you told us that this year was going to be rough when it came to budget cuts, so we've been warned. But I feel like the two choices we have here are kind of picking between terrible and terrible. I'm a little reluctant. I mean, both of these models are not ideal, but I think it was really well said by some of our speakers earlier this evening, how much those specialists mean to our kids. And for a lot of our kids, that's where they're able to thrive. And with the skyrocketing number of mental health needs and coming out of the pandemic, whether it's our media specialists, whether it's our FIED teachers, our music teachers, we have really defined excellence because we've shown in those areas. We're not like other districts that have cut their media specialists or their choir or their music teachers to once a week. So I'm really struggling with this one just in the fact of it does impact our kids. It impacts every kid. So I'm not stating anything that anybody in this room does not already know. We have such a robust sports and music program that this one really cuts. So thanks for letting me express that.
Thank you.
The next cost containment recommendation item pertaining to licensed school nurses is also one where there are two different options. One is a adjustment from 9 FTE down to 5, and also from 9 to 4.5. The difference is contingent upon the choice that's made regarding the specialist rotation and also capital deferments. I think the range there was 635 or 605 to 635. So depending on the combination of choices, there will be only one option left to pick for the licensed school nurses. Director Remsing is here to speak about that.
With the model that Director Woodard spoke of, we would have licensed school nurses that would share assignments between 2 to 3 buildings for next school year. What we would do is we would base our staffing on acuity of need. Acuity, when we talk about this, is kind of like when you go to the hospital and they triage the severity of the medical need. Same as when we were staffing based upon acuity. And so buildings that have students with more severe medical needs, things that cannot be delegated, they would have additional LSN staffing. We would also try and strategically staff our health service associates who are also registered nurses at those buildings so that they would have high-skilled care. Things that can be delegated by licensed school nurses include things that are predictable and that don't require judgment, things that are written down with actions that are easily followed so that people aren't having to make judgment calls. So things that would include is, checking some blood glucose, insulin dosing based upon a set scale, medication administration, things that you can do with training. Our licensed school nurses are unable to delegate anything that requires assessment, clinical reasoning, nursing judgment, or critical decision-making. So there are some things that our licensed school nurses need to be the people providing the cares for. In this model that we were kind of referenced, other districts maybe are using too, there's a lot of case consultation, a lot of those writing plans so that things can be followed to remove that judgment piece for delegatable work.
Please don't interrupt the board meeting. I'm sorry. I know this is very emotional, but I understand, but I can't have the board meeting interrupted.
Director Ramsey, question for you. It was brought up earlier, the delegation part, and then I'm just trying to map to the thought exchange where it talked about third-party reimbursement, and then a previous comment that was made in public comment about not being able to bill at a certain level, so health associates versus RNs and those types of things. Can you explain a little bit about, are we maximizing or optimizing our third-party reimbursement based on what we have? And then would this impact anything in terms of our ability to collect revenue if the model changed to this proposed piece?
Yeah, I think it is true that when we have licensed school nurses, they can bill for evaluations, medical administration, tube feedings, and other nursing cares. When they're able to provide one-on-one cares, they cannot bill for any procedure that's delegated to someone else. Now, that being said, if it's a registered nurse who's providing that as a health service associate, we can bill for that if a student is eligible for medical assistance and the parent provides consent for the district to bill for that service. Unlicensed people are unable to bill for that. And so our current model does allow for greater billing opportunities the way that it's set up.
Another terrible choice here. When it comes to our school nurses, are we putting ourselves at a legal risk to have, like, I'm thinking about nurses are sometimes tasked to be in, well, oftentimes IEP meetings. And with our rising number of special ed students, like, how do we feasibly get all that work done and the legal requirements we have with this model?
So we do have some students with some high risks who, medically fragile students who do have private care nurses, and we do have additional staffing for those nurses. And so that would be something that if we had students that we needed to add additional staffing, we were unable to, that would be a recommendation that I would bring forward then for consideration to see if we could obtain additional staffing, because we don't want to put any of our students at risk. But really what this would be is a model where our licensed school nurses would be providing the cares that can't be delegated and doing our very best to make sure that no students are placed at risk.
On that note, given that we're at 9 now and we're talking about going to either 5 or 4.5, was the 4.5 or 5 connected to the needs for which we're serving today in those high-risk areas?
So was the current recommendation based upon our ability to serve those student needs?
Yes, meaning that let's just use 5 as the example, as having 5 LSNs, that for the need across the district for the high level of care that you were just articulating for the staff, does that 5.0, based on our analysis, ensure that we can meet all the needs that we currently have?
So with our current buildings, Southview, Edina High School, and Cornelia have the highest acuity needs within the district. And so in looking at this recommendation would allow for us to provide additional staffing at those buildings with the 5.0.
Okay.
I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to comment that for the parents that are watching, obviously this is very emotional and your children are of utmost concern to us. So don't take any questions or comments about any sort of decisions that we've made, and don't, all of these are very important to us, and we understand these are your children. They're your most precious assets, as my kids are mine. So we've heard you loud and clear, and I just wanted to comment on that. So thank you.
I think the last comment I would make about this particular topic, which we talked in the work session, is that when you talk about the nurses and you talk about the media specialists and or the rotation for the specialists, that's $1 million. That's $1 million of cuts of the $3.62 million that we identified that we needed to cut in order to make the budget work. What we're challenged with is that we don't have enough new revenue sources that at least have been readily identified up to this point for us to figure out how to not cut $1 million in those areas. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct, yes.
Okay. So I'm just trying to make sure we're clear for everyone in the room, everyone at home, everyone on this board, everyone in administration, that's actually the problem that we're facing at the moment, is that just in this area, the most strenuous issue that we're facing is $1 million to figure out, and the recommendations come forth to us so far has been in nursing, media specialists, and/or the specialists. These are the cuts that we need to make to human beings who are providing this service today. And we need to figure out, okay, what does that then look like if we move forward with these cuts? How are we going to continue to take care of the students' needs? So I know we're not making decisions tonight. This is going to be incredibly difficult to figure out how do we meet all the needs that we're required to meet, that we want to meet, but with the fact that we don't have the money currently allocated to be able to do that. And so all I can say as far as the different topics that are here, I personally am probably the most concerned about this particular one. I think the comment that I heard earlier tonight was equity for all. And when we talk about our special needs students, whether they're learning differences or more importantly, their physical and medical needs, those are people we need to serve. There's no substitute for that. And so we're challenged to figure out how are we going to meet their needs while we figure out the balancing of the budget. So I take this really to heart, and I've been part of this now for several months, being on the finance committee, looking at the different elements. There are no good choices here. And all I would ask is for all the people who've emailed us, and we received at least 50 letters today or yesterday or the day before that are talking about this particular issue, we welcome any brainstorming on where we can go with revenue, because cutting is where we're left with because we don't have enough revenue to make up. And we're limited as to what we can do with that. So please understand we get that and we know the impact of that, but we're struggling to figure out how best to address that. And the administration has come to us to say, when we look at all the factors that are in play, this is our best recommendation today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I just had one quick question. Can you help me with the math in terms of the student support personnel aid and how it relates to the cost containment piece of it? And is there a cap on that? Is that why it's limited to 161, or how does that math work out?
Yeah, so there is no cap. If we served 100,000 students, that revenue would increase in direct proportion. So the only cap is how many students we can serve. Absolutely. Were we to not have that funding source available, the reductions to counselors, social workers, nurses, and school psychologists in the aggregate would be by an additional 1 to 1.5 FTE.
Thank you. I just didn't know if it was like a grant or if it was something else, so thank you.
Can I move back to the licensed school nurses model? Do we have an example? We talked about this a little bit at the work session as well. Do we have an example from other like-sized districts as far as them being able to utilize that sort of model with student health still being such a priority? What examples do we have that has possibly worked, or you know, what examples do we have where we've been able to go to a 4.5 or a 5 for a district of a like size?
So I think the examples out there, I think through the public comment today, they spoke to other districts and what the services are offered there. And I think that Edina has really had a unique health services model, one that our team is rightfully proud of, but it's an expensive model as well. And so I think when you look, I know when we look at comparables from other districts, it's not uncommon for licensed school nurses to share buildings. It's less common for us to have, you know, one or more within buildings, which is something that we've been able to afford for many years, and that's been wonderful, but it's expensive.
I believe this is the final item on our list pertaining to extra duty days for our school counselors. The school district currently staffs 15 counselors, which equate to 14.5 full-time equivalents. Each counselor is part of our Edina Education Minnesota collective bargaining group. They each work 184 days, just like every other teacher. However, these staff receive an additional 18.5 days above and beyond the $184, in addition to an extra duty stipend of about $2,491. The school district is recommending the adjustment downward from 18.5 additional days to 10 additional days with a commensurate reduction of duties, which Jody D. St. Hubert, our Director of Teaching and Learning, will speak to.
Our counselors provide really important services for our students and our families. They fall into three main buckets, and they are academic, social, and emotional learning, as well as post-secondary support and planning. We do know and recognize that the reduction in these days will need to be evaluated very tightly with the counselors, a creation of a list of things that are covered during that time, and then in collaboration with our administrators at the secondary level, determine what support team will fill in those responsibilities with the reduction of the counselors. It's really critical that we look at the lens of the services as a support team effort. And for example, Principal Paetzel has already been leaning into this months ago in terms of bringing the counselors, the social workers, and the administration together. So I do want to highlight that those summer days will primarily fall on administration in terms of picking up those three buckets and the list of things that we collectively create. Any questions or feedback?
The only comment I'd like to make that I made at the work session was when we think about counselors, especially at the high school, given where we've come from COVID and so on and so forth, and even though our ratio for students per counselor is considerably better than maybe the average Minnesota school district, it's very disheartening that we would need to go in the opposite direction of where we're going with counselors, where I would love to see us having more counselors so we can meet the needs of students versus in the opposite direction. But again, because of the cost containment issues that we then have, this is one of the factors that we're still having to look at. Thank you.
So at this point, that's the entirety of our various recommendations. The two different options and the configurations are displayed on the screen. Both achieve the $3.62 million cost containment recommendation from the administration to the school board. I don't have the tally visible now, but I believe it's somewhere in the range of 15 FTE district-wide. School district currently employs more than 1,400 full-time equivalents. 59.65% of those reductions are concentrated towards non-programmatic, non-instructional areas. We wish it was 100%. Unfortunately, it's just not possible. So I think next steps are for the school board to kind of synthesize, analyze, think about these containment recommendations, provide feedback and guidance to the administration. We'll come back on March 4th with our formal recommendations, which we'll seek approval for. We'll immediately begin formal budgeting activities once the school board provides approval for the containments that are recommended on March 4th.
Thank you, Mert. Do board members have additional questions or information that you would like the board, not the board, the administration to provide for our next work session, or any comments that you would like to provide?
I brought this up a little bit in the work session, but I'm wondering if we can investigate, or if we've fully investigated the threshold to which our community is willing to endure more fees. I threw out the example of looking at paying for busing. We talked a little bit about increased fees for athletics, maybe going a little higher on that. Understanding that to preserve some of the items on here, it's not going to be a one thing. Obviously, you've worked really hard to come to these recommendations, and I'm sure today has not been the best day of your life. So I do want to thank our administration for the work on this. I think as somebody who has taught in other districts, it is not common for the community to be engaged in this process like you have engaged our community. The listening sessions, the thought exchange, the video, That doesn't happen elsewhere. And so I really want to thank you for providing that opportunity. And for the people that have reached out to us, Chair Ellenberg has said this, we do read all your comments. We do take that into consideration. And this is a terrible position to be in. Nobody runs for school board to cut budgets. So I thank you for the work on this. And yeah, I think one of the things that I would maybe implore to look at if there's more of an appetite for some fees.
Just a comment on that, Karen. I fully support that. Having sat on the board when we worked on transportation, that specific piece is so complex. I would absolutely support looking into that. I think that would be something that would be a year-long process that would need to be brought back to the board next year. I don't think that's something that could be done with a good recommendation in time to do anything for this year. But I am actually interested in looking into that, just not for this year. I don't think that's feasible.
That's reasonable, and thank you for that perspective on that. And that kind of goes to something I think you brought up in the work session too, is if there are certain costs that we can maybe defer to study some of these things. But I don't know that that's a reasonable solution either. I think we're trying to come up with ideas too, so.
Director Aram?
One just question related to the midpoint for enrollment pieces of it. And it'd be interesting to see what the number would be if we went one more standard deviation or whatever you want to call that increment beyond the midpoint, to see if how that would impact the overall cut numbers and whatnot. And then if you could do that. And then there was a comment made earlier in the community comments related to the 504 requirement for care. If there was any kind of clarity that we could get from that, just to, from a legal standpoint, that'd be appreciated.
Absolutely, we'll look into those and bring those back for discussion next month.
Anything on this side of the?
I would just say that, we have wonderful community partners that are constantly always looking out for how to help the school district operate certain types of services, whether it's the Ed Fund or Give and Go or some other elements. Those are some of the natural ways in which the community can also participate with fees and other contributions to things. But those in and of themselves are not necessarily going to fill the bucket. And so I'm very open to how do we ideate further as far as where do we go from revenue. The problem is that we have 40 days maybe or less to figure out what we can do with this, given all that we've done. So I just want to set real expectations that I don't think we're going to see some magical answers in a short period of time that we're going to fill up a hole of, as I said before, just talk $1 million for the areas that we're most concerned with tonight. That's a real heavy lift to figure out how we're going to create that. So I'd love more opportunities if you can find them, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to do that.
Director Gabler? Oh, were you finished?
Me?
Yeah.
You can go ahead.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to add one more thing, because why not? I think one of the important things that we have not talked about tonight, but Director Woodard, you're always really good about bringing our attention to this, and this was part of your board meetings, the advocation for state funding. It has not kept up with inflation, and you have a wonderful graph that people can find on the district website that shows even with the historic funding we had last year, we are many dollars behind where we should be. And so when people are feeling frustrated with this process, and we are too, talk to your state legislators. School funding, this is what happens when we are not fully funded, is we have to make these terrible decisions on the cuts, so.
Director Aram? I turned myself off. I had a couple of comments and then a couple of questions. First was, just wanted to express my appreciation for you, Director Woodard. You are an outstanding business director, and any frustration, like Karen said, about this and this process really needs to go to the state. Anything Director Woodard has come up with is not a judgment on his part or Dr. Stanley's part. it's because of the financial position we're put in. So I just wanted to express appreciation for you, and you have found pockets of money legally that you're just a financial wizard, and I really, really appreciate it. And I want to make sure that the community understands that and knows what assets that we have from a business director and superintendent perspective, despite how challenging this is. I want to speak specifically to the number of times it was brought up that we should make cuts at the administrative level. I understand that it can seem like that is a super easy fix, that they're large salaries. I also work closely with our administrative team. It is so lean, and our administrative team works so many hours. And while they don't directly touch our students, as in walk in the classroom, even though Dr. Stanley does quite often, they are critical to the success of our school district. And if we had more money, I would actually love to give more money in our admin team, because I see how hard they work each week. So I just wanted to say flat out that I'm not supportive of anything that digs into our already lean admin, and just express my appreciation for administrative team. And I do not want this budget cut to be about admin versus teachers versus this versus this. Our district does not survive without every single person working and being part of it. It is a little microcosm, an organism that needs every single person to function, and I appreciate every piece of it. So I do not want this to become a this for us versus them. Everyone is valued. I value everyone, and I just wanted to express that, knowing how lean our admin is. So thank you.
Hear, hear.
Now on to my questions. Now that I had said thank you, Mert, I have some questions for you. I know that you've done this, but I'm just going to ask for the 100th time, if you can see if there's anything at all that can be allocated to the tech levy. And not that I don't love everything that you're doing, and I know you don't have a lot of money, but one thing that we talk about, our community is willing to pay for things. One thing that we spend a lot of money is our one-to-one computer, which I think is great. If somehow we could displace that, I also am very well aware we have students that cannot afford computers, so I don't want that to be, I am very sensitive to that fact, but to me, that's a nice-to-have thing, not necessarily a necessary-to-have thing. I'm also acknowledge the fact that there might not be anything we could even do with that budgetary space. But if you would be willing to look again to see if we looked at our one-to-one computer system, is there even 10% of our media specialist time that when they fix computers that could be deployed to the tech levy? That is one thing I'm interested in doing. And then I might be a minority of one here, but I would actually be interested in deferring voting on the school buses until next month, if that's possible, to really understand if there's any money that we can save by deferring our school bus purchase for 2 years, again, fully appreciating that we have a lot of aged buses. I just have a really hard time if I'm talking about school buses versus humans that touch our students. Again, I don't know if the answer is we can do nothing with that and we don't recommend it, but I'm not comfortable voting on that without fully exploring that option. But I'm only one board member, so if the rest of you are like, that's a horrible idea.
I'm concerned about the continual deferrals that we have. I'm comfortable with examining that for one more month before we actually make the decision on the purchase from that standpoint. Have the finance committee maybe take a look at that to see what's viable from that standpoint. But I think we have to be very cautious as an entity as well as a community. Deferrals don't mean that we don't ever have to pay the piper for that. That cost keeps going up regardless of whether we pay for it now or later. So it's not a sustainable pathway, but I totally understand, and I would agree with you 1,000%, that when we look at the people that are taking care of our littlest humans and our most vulnerable humans, is there any way we can squeeze something with that? That might be an area to look at, but I don't in general support a long-term deferral of things. We've already deferred things already, and I'm concerned with the impact of that. So I would agree, I would support you in terms of taking another month and re-looking at that. I'll leave it there.
That's all I'm asking, is taking a month to look at it, not making a decision on it. But again,
Can I ask a question quick? On the cost containment, the first few preliminary recommendations, we have the $600,000 deferral of capital expenditures. Is that next year then, we have that 600,000 that we're gonna be looking at the same way? I mean, that's gonna come up correctly again, I mean, right? That's gonna pop up the same way where we're gonna have to adjust things again, right?
Absolutely, we would need to find cost containments in that ballpark. I believe I mentioned at the June 8th regular meeting that the $3.62 million gets us nearly 2 years of financial stability. At the end of those 2 years, we'd be looking at $785,000 or so of cost containments. These deferrals coming back into our budget kind of represent a portion of that. There are other strategies perhaps that we can employ. We'll continue to look at those and bring those back to the school board and to our various committees. But at this time, the recommendation would be to bring those back in fiscal year '26.
We're already doing some of those deferrals as is right now.
And those aren't
We're already
one-time-
looking at those.
And those aren't one-time things, those, we already deferred them from this current year.
Yeah, right, I mean, so we're already trying to find, you and your department are already trying to find those deferrals.
Absolutely.
already,
For example,
correctly, so-
we operate a number of school buses that are over 20 years old. They're prone to failure. They're costly to maintain. They're arguably unsafe. And so we want to replace those as soon as we can.
I mean, it underscores, I don't know, I don't mean to start yapping at 10:49 PM, but it underscores 15 years of school finance, that we're looking back from 2008, 2009, 2010, when you have your graph, or when we can look at those things. I remember covering many of those school budget situations in other districts when they were making very similar cuts, and at that point, there's just not low-hanging fruit. And when we're a business, or we're not a business, but we're an organization that's 80% people, these cuts are gonna hurt, and there's no doubt about any of this. None of it is good. No, our district is not gonna be better tomorrow, and we all know that. And it's not easy. We don't say that to be flip about it, but I don't see an easy way to move ahead.
And I just want to be clear, I'm not advocating for or against. I would rather look at it as part of a bigger package when we're looking at other things next week, if it's even an option. So, but again, if the rest of you want to vote on it tonight, that's absolutely fine. It's just an idea I had, so.
Director Woodard, were you going to say something along these lines?
I wasn't, but I was going to say that the school board isn't, or the administration rather, isn't formally recommending any action tonight. So no vote should occur regardless.
On the buses, though?
Well, on the budget in general, on the buses, were you to say you don't want to vote, you want to defer that for a month?
1 month.
We risk not having access to those buses. There's about a year lead time on buses in the country at the moment. We've been kind of promised those by the vendor. They may choose to make money and sell those buses to another willing customer. So that's a risk, one that we would adjust to if that's the board's will and desire.
Would it be delayed 1 week till our work session to see if there was any savings that could be gained?
We could work with that.
Is that okay, or is that okay with the rest of you as a board?
That's okay with me.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying. Any other comments? I'm going to make 2 motions. One is that we extend our board meeting to 11:30. So I would like to make a motion that we extend our board meeting to 11:30.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of extending our board meeting to 11:30, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries and the board meeting is extended to 11:30. I would like to make a motion to remove the sale of the buses from our board agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries, so our rest of our agenda will be amended to remove that one action item and put it on our agenda for our work session. Okay, we're going to move on with our policy discussion.
All right, Director Woodard, do not go too far because you're up first. We are discussing several policies this evening. The first one that is up for discussion is Policy 421, Gifts to Employees and School Board. And just as a general reminder, all of these policies in the this section up for discussion have gone through the policy committee for discussion, feedback, and each policy has a administrator that's assigned to kind of be point for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gabler. Policy 421 regarding gifts to employees. No substantive changes are recommended by the administration to the school board for consideration. It's a well-written policy, makes absolute sense. There's been no changes to the law. At this point, we would probably spend more time focusing on the actual, I guess, adherence to the policy district-wide and how we can monitor that. That's very challenging and perhaps not the best use of time. However, in terms of the policy itself, it's well-written, no changes recommended.
Thank you. Board member, oh, do you want to do that?
Oh, I had a question.
Okay, I was going to ask if do any board members have a question?
I was just quick on the trigger. A quick question I had was the sentence, the superintendent has discretion to determine what value is limited, was moved from C to B. And I was just wondering why that was, because it was talking about business items in C, and then it got moved to B where it's talking about gifts from parents. So I was wondering if there was an intent behind why that was moved. Because it actually seems like we would more want to limit it for, I don't know. I was just trying to understand.
Yeah, my recollection is that we prefer to have that language come in the proper order, so B ahead of C. Also, we want the language to apply to all gifts, not just those from a particular party.
Got it. So just a thought for you guys to take back to policy, because I took it as sort of like a value judgment of which item it went in, is maybe that's a separate statement.
Or in both.
Or in both.
Okay.
Since, to your point, it's for everyone, so.
Do you want to speak to that? Okay. Any other questions on 421? All right, we will talk about that, and then this will come forward for action next month. Our next is Policy 515, Protection of Privacy of Student Records. And for this one, we have Director Montestili. Welcome.
Thank you. Policy 515, protection of and privacy of student records. Largely, the changes to this policy, two things really. One of the things that we did was try to align this policy more with the MSBA model policy. In the past, we had veered just slightly from it, and so we wanted to kind of bring some of that alignment back. Also, in the legislative session, there was a change to language around student directory and what that entails. So there were some large changes in Section 3E around directory information, so you'll see those in there. Some of the added definitions that were included in the policy were, again, from MSBA model policy. You'll see B, biometric record. Obviously, we're trying to update the times as that's a new data point that we collect, or not collect, but that we have access to. And then we provided some clarity around, sorry, this is a real lengthy policy, around educational data and when we can release information to an eligible student or their parent or guardian. Questions regarding this policy?
Sorry, I'm the policy question person. I have a couple of questions. My first question was, I was a little confused on section 7, under release of directory information, section 7A2. It says, the school district may not designate a student's home address, telephone number, email address, or other personal contact information as directory information. Is that because only the parent can do that?
That's because that's part of that change in legislation of what is considered directory information.
So those items aren't directory information anymore?
Which items?
Like the address and the,
So if you go to, sorry, a lot of pages, section 3E, it designates what is included as directory information, what is no longer is included in directory information, so that should match that section.
okay.
Am I making it more confusing?
No, that's why I was confused, so.
Is your,
Oh, okay, that makes sense, thank you.
that's
yes,
clear?
that
Okay,
is clear, sorry.
Otherwise, I wasn't sure if your question was about if we offer that in directory.
I didn't notice that they were scratched out before, so I apologize.
No, it's okay.
And then under 9X, 1X,
You said 9?
yeah, 9C, I need to find it now, wherever it is. It's a very long policy, page 18. Page 18C. Where am I? Oh, where it's the new sentence where it says, and/or attorney data. Is that, are we talking about confidential legal information?
Correct.
Or is that different than attorney data? And I was wondering if confidential legal information was a better definition of what we were talking about.
We would be talking about confidential legal information. I guess that this matches the model language from MSBA policy, but I would be happy to look at it further if you'd like.
It was, I was just.
That is what it's referring to, is
We
confidential.
We talk so much about sort of, our terminology we use all the time is confidential legal information. So I was a little confused by what we meant by attorney data. I don't care either way. I was just a question if that was a better definition of what we meant, so.
We don't define that up above.
So maybe that's, and you don't have to answer now. Again, it was just, you could take that back to policy.
Okay.
And I have two more questions, sorry. Okay, where was I? I did a poor job trying to figure out where I was.
It's really long.
As I looked, okay, there's a section under who has the right to review and inspect educational records. I was wondering if we should include legal guardian, because we talk about parent of the student, an eligible student, or parent of an eligible student. In all of our other policies, we also list legal guardian.
Which page are you on again?
I'm sorry, it's page 23. X1B, A, at the very bottom. It says parent of a student or an eligible student or the parent of an eligible student.
You're right, we do, that is a procedural style thing that we can change.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's it?
I just had one quick question,
Sure.
Natasha. In section C, or sorry, E,
Is there a page number?
yeah, page 2, page 2.
Thank you.
Section E, sub A, student social security number. Are there other national identification numbers that we should include in that? Like if there's a visa number or anything like that, is that broad enough?
You know what, that's a really good question, and I'll take that back to our district attorney just to verify that we have covered our bases. Like I said, this is from MSBA model policy, so I think we've covered our bases, but I can double check that.
And just for background, Director Montes Daly has worked tirelessly on this policy. As you've seen, it is pages and pages, and she's worked really closely with MSBA and our district's legal counsel on this to make sure we get it right. So thank you for your work on that.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on. Next up is policy 601, which is educational competencies, academic standards, and instructional curriculum. And for this one, we have Director D. St. Hubert here to walk us through. Thank you.
Thank you. For policy 601, there are primarily updates throughout the policy that just really include specifically our new language for portrait of a well-rounded Edina graduate, and then align with new language that also comes with the MDE standards and adjustments that have been made. So you'll see portrait of a well-rounded Edina graduate throughout, and an update there, and then some clarification around MDE language, so it aligns in our standards, or in our policy, and then we go to the appendix where the visuals are updated in both areas. We had our old profile of a next generation EPS learner in there, which has a lot of the same things, but we have our updated portrait of a well-rounded Edina grad, and then the second appendix really highlights some of our talent development framework language that we highlighted with the board last year. Are there questions or feedback for?
This is a style question, but didn't we remove school from almost all our policies and just call it district?
Where are you?
Under definitions, A, we added in school to this policy. And I'm pretty sure we've deleted it from almost all our other policies.
I think it's the second listing, isn't, I'll go back and check on that.
Will you just check?
Because if you look under the general statement of policy, it says the school district is committed, and it also is under the purpose as school district. So we'll check on that.
Will you just check that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Even though I'm on the policy committee, I do have two comments. On page 2, under the district has B, so 5B, we have combined science, technology, and engineering. I actually think we should list science separately as a separate subject matter.
I actually think we talked about that.
Well, no, we actually moved it to be, we were like, one has to go, because it was listed twice.
Okay.
But the more I look at that, I think it just needs to be a standalone subject matter.
Yes.
And then tech and engineering can go together. But that's my thought. And then my second question is under, I think missing from that list in B is music. Because yes, we have visual media and performing arts, but if you look further into the policy, down in F, the elementary schools will offer the following. We do list music as a separate entity and also include visual media and performing arts. And same with middle school. So I think we should be consistent and list music. Does that
Yes,
make
it
sense?
does. Yep.
So those are just two little minor
Yep.
things I think we should change.
Yes, consistency with F and B, and adding the
Yeah,
music in
yes.
the
Yeah.
B.
Okay. Any other questions, board members? All right, thank you, Dr. D.C. Hubert. Okay, and then next, after that, we have 602, the organization of the school calendar and school day, which we are going to get to hear from someone we haven't heard from yet tonight. Oh, you're, that's right, this is a tag team one. Dr. Smazel and Director Montos Staley.
Good evening. I think this will be brief. We have just a few minor edits to the language of policy 602, which you see in there. A couple of updates to legal references. And then we have proposed to remove the e-learning plan due to inclement weather from the appendix to policy, and because we post that on the website. So not trying to keep an updated plan in two different places, but to have that updated plan on our website.
That is accurate.
That is accurate. So that's it. Questions?
Any questions, board members? We'll check on that school district one here, because I see we've inserted it here too.
I did check
Oh.
the style guide and it is accurate.
Oh, great. Thank you for doing that. Appreciate it. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
To the two of you. And then last for discussion, we have 6:13. So Director D. St. Hubert, for making sure you get your steps in before midnight. Graduation requirements and, yeah.
Okay, at policy, we talked about this in 2 phases, and this is phase 1 of the update. The update is specific to the appendix, and it highlights in number 4 in the appendix, under 2, where it says Edina Public Schools graduation requirements, number 4 highlights the 8 semesters for social studies that the board approved this fall. And then number 7 has a minimum of 10 semester credits of elective options. So the reason we're approaching this in 2 phases is because we acknowledge and want to assure that we have a work group that's looking at the elective options. And we have some variables right now from the state that are unknown, so we don't want to make too many changes. Both of these changes apply to our current 8th grade students who will be entering 9th grade next year, and the timing of this is important, so we're providing clear communication to them as they register for their high school classes. As speaking to the elective credits in phase 2 and the unknown variables, they're very specific to the personal finance requirements of the state. They're still in conversation mode, and we have a team ready to continue to engage in the work we're doing as soon as we get some more definitive answers from the state on what that will look like. So again, that will broaden our view as we have more clarification from legislation on personal finance of the elective options, and take us into a phase 2 where we will be bringing this back for conversation at a later date, and need to update this for clear communication with registration in phase 1.
I normally would never recommend this, but I'm wondering about, do we want to put in policy for the graduating class of whatever? These are the standards. My concern is if you have a freshman or you have a sophomore and they check policy, they're going to think, oh, I'm off for my social studies standards.
Sure.
And I wouldn't, given that we're going to be looking at this again
Yes.
and revising it again, I'm just concerned because it only does affect this one class right
does.
now.
Yep.
It's actually out of alignment for a lot of our other students.
Yeah.
I don't have a great solution other than that.
That was actually discussed at the high school PTO meeting, right? I think we talked about this in the policy committee. But I think the catalog, it does sort of kind of address that question, does it not, when they're actually looking at the information and so on and so forth related to that? So even though I understand why you'd be hesitant, but why you're asking for the recommendation, is it necessary per se, given that the other documents that students and families are looking at will specifically indicate what is applicable to them?
I like your idea, though. I wonder if we can add another, like underneath that says, currently it says 8 semester credits of social studies. Either we add on to that one for the graduating class of such and such, but then under the electives, minimum of 10 semester credits of elective options. And yeah, maybe it's not a separate line, but I do think we need to call it out, because even though most people are not reading policy for their guidelines, we do want our policies to be a resource for people should they look there. And it is unclear. This is only specific, as it reads right now, to that 8th grade class.
It is. For graduating class of that 8th grade class, I think it's 228. It's late, right? Yes, and moving forward after that, or something to indicate that.
Or at this point, I think just leaving it
that.
at that class, because we do need to come back and
Yes.
revisit.
For the phase 2 part.
And you had spoken in policy too, that phase 2 is really a comprehensive look at our graduation requirements. Is that safe to say?
It is. We've already started looking at comparison districts and digging into what we can, comprehensive look.
And just one clarification here. So for that 8th grade class, at this time, we're saying it's 8 social studies credits, which the board has voted on, and we're taking that credit from their electives. But going forward, if in phase 2, we recommend, I'm just gonna throw something out, we eliminate one of the health requirements. Would they be would they stick with the 10, or could we come back and say, you get an elective credit back? Does that make sense?
That would be really complex.
Because we'll have certain years with,
Because we will.
We don't know.
Typically, I can say typically what happens is when a change occurs, all the kids who came before that change are grandfathered. Anyone else who comes after that change, they need to go within where they're at. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Typically what happens is when a change comes, all of the students that were in a class before that change, they're grandfathered. Everyone else, they're not grandfathered.
okay, so the complexity of that might be too much.
Yeah, because what you're saying is, if by chance something occurred where there was a reduction of a credit somewhere, that would open it up for it not necessarily to be an elective credit that they would lose. And, really complex for 11, 14
I
at
think
night.
that's great for the committee to look into.
Yes,
That sounds like
I
a
was gonna say,
fabulous-
I have some thoughts in relation to what we're already learning, but
yeah.
yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Good question, yes.
Board members, any further questions on this? All right, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our discussion items. We're going to move on to our action items, and you're the first one. Do I have a motion to approve the social studies guiding change document?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Director D. St. Hubert.
There are no changes to the social studies guiding change document in relation to what you've seen at the board workshop discussion or the last board meeting. So no updates, no changes.
And could you just clarify what this is for people that might not be following along?
Yes, absolutely. So our Minnesota state standards are being updated in social studies. So we have a social studies curriculum review team beginning to engage in work of what that will look like if resources or any changes need to occur with PD and instructional pedagogy. And that is guided by a guiding change document as the initial phase of that review.
And the full implementation of the new standards are not till 26, 27, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? All those in favor of approving the social studies guiding change document, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The social studies guiding change document is approved. Do I have a motion to approve the 2024-2025 international travel recommendations?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Director D. St. Hubert.
Okay, these international travel proposals have been brought to a board workshop for discussion and a board meeting for discussion. There's one proposal that is an elementary proposal for our Normandale immersion students to have an exchange experience in France. And then the remaining 7 experiences are at the high school and align with different content areas and standards at the high school. Every single one of these have gone through the action steps that align with policy and will be excellent experiences that align with our strategic plan and the portrait of a well-rounded Edina graduate.
Do board members have questions or comments on this action item? We will now vote to approve the 2024-2025 international travel recommendations. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries, and it is approved. Thank you. Do I have a motion? Oh, I thought I heard something. Do I have a motion to approve the contract renewal for Dr. Stacy Stanley?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
This is a action item to approve a 3-year contract for Dr. Stanley. A little bit of the background on this agenda item. Dr. Stanley's contract is her current contract ends June 30th of 2024. And so in order to preserve her employment here in the district, the board has decided to offer her a new contract. And the contract is another 3-year contract, which is standard for superintendent contracts. I think I speak for the board that we're very happy to have an extension of her, or not an extension, it's a new contract, but an extension of her tenure here at Edina Public Schools. I do want to speak to the fact that we are in a cost containment phase, and we are offering Dr. Stanley a salary increase. I won't speak for the rest of the board, but I will speak for the fact that I consider Dr. Stanley an outstanding superintendent. She leads one of the largest Lake Conference school districts, and I think that her salary needs to be commensurate with the leadership she provides our district, and with other comparable school districts. So although if I were to pick timing for renewing her contract, I would not choose to do it in the middle of cost containment, but I do not want to devalue this contract and what she provides for our school district by not offering her a salary that is worth her leadership. So that is why this recommendation is here with this salary increase. I also, even though it is what some might think a large percentage, in the grand scheme of our budget, the dollar amount of what we are offering Dr. Stanley is a very small percentage of our budget. And as I stated before, I think she's too valuable an asset to risk undervaluing her as a leader. That being said, I will turn it over to other members of the governance board if they have anything they'd like to contribute, and the rest of the board after that.
I think I would just want to echo and add that leadership is not a given just because someone holds a title or holds a position. They actually have to exude it. They have to have people who will come to them. They have to have people who will follow them. They'll have to have people who will work really hard and stay late until almost 11:30 at night. That just doesn't happen just because you show up. That happens through your dedication and your hard work and the trust that people put into you to be able to move forward. And what was evident to me during our review in the governance committee, and the value that Dr. Stanley has provided to us in our 3 years so far, and that we know we're going to get for at least another 3, but hopefully 7 to 10. It's an investment into our district, just like every other investment that we've made in the value and talent that we have within our district. It needs to be commensurate with all the other investments that we're making, because we can't actually succeed in what we're trying to do without proper leadership. Thank you.
Director Gabler?
Without reiterating what's already been said, if community members haven't had a chance to read the cover letter for this, I think it lays out the landscape of where our current reality was with our superintendent salary. And I just want to say for the record, it is a tricky timing. It's a really tricky timing on this. And as someone who has worked with, as I already said tonight, other districts, Dr. Stanley's leadership is instrumental to the direction and some of the things that are happening right now in our district. And I believe she does deserve this raise. So,
Are there any other comments or questions?
Just a comment, not to reiterate everything, but I concur with Chair Allenberg's comments earlier, and the fact that Dr. Stanley is a huge asset to this community, so I'm all in favor of this.
If there are no other comments or questions, we will now vote. All those in favor of approving the contract renewal for Dr. Stanley, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? I'm sorry, it's really late. The motion is approved, and the contract renewal is approved. Thank you. Sorry. Congratulations. You get us for 3 more years. Yay. Oh. Bert. Oh. Do I have a motion to approve policies 406, 506, 514, 526, 606.5, 715, 807, 810, and 902?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Policy Chair.
Sorry. So do I need to discuss each one of these?
No.
Are
Please
there
don't.
any questions? I just wanted to verify. Are there any questions, since this has come through the policy committee and the board has had a chance to ask questions at the January meeting, are there any questions about any of these policies that are lingering?
Shockingly, I do not have a question.
Okay, great. Board Chair, would you
Okay.
like to call for a vote then?
Hearing no questions, we will now vote to approve policies 406, 506, 514, 526, 606.5, 715, 807, 810, and 902. All those in favor of approving these policies, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The policies are approved. And that concludes our action items. Yay. Are there any board leadership or committee updates?
Legislative Action Committee has our day at the Capitol on March 5th, and we are taking a bus with some students who are on our board down to the Capitol to advocate for our platform. And everyone is invited to join us. We would love it if we had a big group supporting public school financing and a host of our other topics.
Thank you. I hear some zippers over there. We're not done yet. Dr. Stanley, any superintendent updates?
I just have a couple, and actually they were just shout outs that came in for a couple of members on our administrative team. And so the first one that I'd like to read is for the HR department. It says, I would like to express my gratitude for your HR department to approve my request to take a holiday vacation day related to the Lunar New Year, and to also go above and beyond to enable me to feel welcome within the district. This is the reason I choose to work in Edina. Thank you and happy Lunar New Year. So that was to the entire HR department, and I just want to say they work tirelessly to make certain that our staff knows that they belong within our district. And that is because of Director Sonia Saylor. And so bravo to you. Okay, and then this other one came in earlier this afternoon. It says, hello, Dr. Stanley and school board members. I wanted to write a quick note to give Principal Bass the public recognition he deserves for the wonderful vibe he has brought to Valley View Middle School this year. In speaking with other parents and staff, I know I am not the only one who appreciates his positive presence. There have been hopes, mostly joking, that Principal Bass will hold a retreat for adults, knowing that we would feel better coming out than how we felt going in. His weekly emails to parents and guardians leave us feeling more capable to tackle big things with our children in our world today. If we can feel that way just by receiving one email a week, how lucky are our children to experience Principal Bass on a daily basis. He reminds us that students make mistakes. However, through education, students can learn from those mistakes and come out better human beings on the other side. He teaches forgiveness and importance of moving forward, a lesson many teenagers need and caregivers need to remember as we guide them through these often difficult years for all parties involved. I, along with many others, are so thankful, all uppercase, to have Principal Bass to be part of our middle schoolers support system and to have him as partner in raising these sweet little beings to be conscientious, kind, well-educated members of society. Thank you for being you, Principal Bass. So I did send that along to Patrick to fill his bucket today, but I wanted to read that publicly as well.
Thank you very much. If there's nothing else from anyone, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of adjourning, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion passes, and we are adjourned.